My best friend is selling the project car we built together to take his girlfriend to Bali, and it's registered in his name. I am absolutely losing my mind right now, and I just need to vent before I do something I permanently regret. For the past 8 months, my best friend and I have been building a project car in his garage. It started as a completely stripped, beat up chassis. I'm the one with the mechanical knowledge, so I did 90% of the actual heavy lifting. Building the engine, sorting the wiring, installing the suspension, everything. On top of that, I funded about 80% of the parts because he was short on cash, but promised we'd split the profit 50-50 when we flipped it, or just keep it as a track toy. Because it was his house and his garage, we registered the chassis in his name, just to make the initial towing and paperwork easier. That was a huge mistake, huge. The build is finally finished. It looks incredible, it sounds insane, and the performance is top tier. Yesterday, he calls me out of nowhere and tells me a buyer offered him a massive cash deal for it, and he accepted. I was hyped at first, thinking about our payout. Then he drops the bomb. He's keeping the entire profit because he wants to take his girlfriend on a luxury vacation to Bali next month. He literally told me, well, it's my garage and my name's on the papers, so legally, it's my car. I'll give you $500 for your trouble. $500. I spent thousands on the turbo setup, the ECU, the electronic control unit, and hundreds of hours of manual labor. Remember guys, this has been 8 months of work. I literally have grease permanently stained under my fingernails from building his vacation fund. I don't even know what to do. Legally, I know I'm probably screwed because there's no written contract, just text messages. I feel completely betrayed by someone I considered a brother. Well, there we go. That is it for the initial post. A couple of things that I need to say immediately before we get into the comments here and then the updates. And with this story, there is a conclusion, so stay tuned for that. First of all, text messages do count. I don't know what, it depends which country this is in. I know in the UK, text messages count as a form of contract. Like if there's an agreement in writing, legally, that is a contract. I don't 100% know how that works. I'm just pretty sure that is the case. Like you don't have to do a completely 100% like law-abiding written out contract with a perfect structure. You can just write someone an email, for example, or a text message. So I wouldn't use that as a reason not to pursue legal action. Secondly, and I think the most important point is don't make this mistake again. Like I think that you're probably going to have to chalk this one up to an L, but it's just weird, isn't it? How could you have someone that's that good of a friend that you call him your best friend, you've been building a car together for 8 months, and he does that? Ultimately, you got to say to yourself, well, were they your best friend ever? Probably not. And then were you a little bit naive to assume they were? I don't know. I'm just thinking in my opinion, in my life, I think this would be impossible for me to do this and then someone do this to me. Like someone that I valued or considered a best friend. I think that's like, I really would struggle to see how that's possible. Maybe I'm saying that because it hasn't happened to me. But then, yeah, my final point is to ensure this doesn't happen again. I mean, it's a bit too late to say this now, but yeah, don't register any future chassis in other people's names. Right, let's get to the comments. Somebody said, if you have receipts and text messages stating the money was to be split, you can take him to small claims court. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. This doesn't require a lawyer or anything and is usually pretty quick. If he doesn't show up, they rule in your favor. He's a terrible friend, and I hope after this is all said and done, you never speak to him again. OP said, thank you so much for explaining that small claims doesn't need a lawyer. That actually makes me feel way less overwhelmed. I definitely have the text where we talked about splitting the profits 50-50 when we finish the build. I'm going to start organizing all the receipts tonight. And yeah, after this, he is dead to me. Someone said, be thorough, make a packet of all the receipts and communications with a table of contents to make it easy to peruse. Someone else said, I'd definitely let him know that you're planning to seek legal action. Before buying his tickets to Bali, you recommend he consults with an attorney because he will owe you a lot more than he realizes. That's a good point, and it's a sort of thing that would mean that you may not even have to pursue legal action at all if he says, yeah, you've got a good point here. I'm going to just give you the money, half the profit. OP said, yeah, that's a brilliant point about warning him before he drops all that cash on tickets. I'm honestly terrified of the confrontation because he thinks he completely holds all the cards right now, but maybe mentioning a legal consultation will make him sweat a bit. just like I'm doing now. As for the audio listeners, I dab myself with a rather small towel. Someone else said, a build like that should be documented with videos and Facebook posts. If you spent money, get the receipts. Sue him. That's real money and it will be taken seriously. OP said, I actually do have a ton of videos and photos on my phone from when we're doing the engine swap, and I paid for the turbo kit on my card, so the statements are there. But can I actually sue someone if the car reg is entirely in his name? I'm just so stressed out, man. I don't even know how small claims court works. They replied saying, yeah, you absolutely can, and you have a strong case based on the evidence you have, especially if you can ensnare him with some text messages. Hey man, I get you want to take your girl to Bali, but I spent way more than this on the car and rebuild, and we agreed to split it 50-50. That's very clever. Depending on what he says, he can absolutely sue himself by confirming what you said, trying to apologize. Very trashy friend, but at least you'll get your money back. A lot of trashy friendships cost people a lot more, and they get back a lot less. Oprah replied, that's an incredibly smart move. I actually haven't replied to his last text yet because I was too angry, so I'm going to word my next text exactly like that. If I can get him to text back and explicitly admit that we agreed to 50-50, that gives me actual leverage. Thank you so much. I'm literally typing it out to him now. This is interesting. Someone said, the parts are yours. He never paid for them. Tell him either to give you a fair share, your parts back, or again, you'll take him to court. And again, small claims are super easy. It's just paperwork at the local courthouse. In most states, you don't even need a lawyer, but it might help you if the value is high enough to justify. That's one thing that I would love to know. How much is this car worth? I really would like to know that. How much was it sold for? We had to take our wedding photographer to small claims, and it was magically resolved after she received a summons. I think that is what would happen here too. Like, you wouldn't actually have to go down a crazy legal route. It would just be the case of, yeah, like after your best friend, ex-best friend receives a summons, they just would pay. I think they would. OP said, the thought of taking my parts back definitely crossed my mind, but the car is locked in his garage. And I don't want to catch a breaking and entering charge on top of losing my money. Definitely do not break and enter into his garage. Hearing your story about the wedding photographer magically fixing things after a summons gives me a lot of hope though. I'm going to look into the local small claims paperwork first thing in the morning. And finally, somebody said, go to small claims and then get a new friend. Also, draft a bill for your hours put into it at a fair/standard rate to include in your claim. I suppose if something is being sold for money or profit even, and one of the people who was working on it was told they get a share of the profit based on the work they were doing, then you can use that work to say, well, I did all this work, where's my profit? Maybe that's what this is sort of getting at. OP said, drafting a bill for my manual labor is an incredible idea. If I count up every weekend and late night I spent rebuilding the top end and doing the wiring, even at a basic hourly rate, it easily totals thousands. Adding that to the receipts for the parts should make the claim airtight. Thank you so much for this. There we go. That's it for the original. But just the next day, 10 days ago actually at the time of recording, we got the first update. First of all, I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who commented on my last post and to the people who flooded my chat requests. I've been reading through the messages silently, including some actual legal perspectives, but my inbox is a bit overwhelmed right now, so I couldn't reply to everyone individually. I felt completely broken yesterday, but seeing so many people in my corner giving solid advice gave me the backbone to actually do something about this. A few of you suggested that I shouldn't confront him aggressively, but instead text him calmly to try and get him to admit to our 50-50 agreement in writing, so I'd have evidence for small claims court. Well, it worked better than I could have imagined. Last night I sent him a text. I kept my emotions completely out of it, and I wrote, "Hey man, I'm trying to stay calm here. I know the registration is in your name, but we spent 8 months building this together and explicitly agreed to split the profit 50-50. Dropping $500 on me after I built the engine and funded the turbo setup is completely unfair." He took the bait immediately. He called me twice, but I let it go to voicemail because I wanted everything in text. When he realized I wasn't answering, he texted back, "Bro, plans change. I need the cash for the Bali trip with Jess. Yeah, we said 50-50 at the start, but legally it's my car. Be happy I'm even giving you $500. You don't have a contract anyway, so you can't do anything." What a good guy this guy is, by the way. Again, like, tell me in the comments if I'm being naive, but there's no way that any of my, like, someone that I would call a best friend would ever do this to me. So I struggle to, like, this is quite harsh to say, but I do struggle to, like, even understand the relationship in the first place. Let me know if I'm being a little bit, again, naive. But all I can think about is, like, it's impossible that one of my friends would do this to me, one of my best friends. Maybe that's what everyone would say until it happens. Anyway, he literally admitted to the agreement while trying to flex that I couldn't stop him. Once I had that screenshot saved and backed up, I sent my final reply. I have the receipts for every single aftermarket parts, bank statements proving I bought them, and now I have your text admitting we agreed to split the profit 50-50. I'm drafting an itemized bill for my labor hours at a standard shop rate. If you don't freeze the sale and give me my fair share, I'm filing a summons for small claims court first thing on Monday. See you there. He hasn't replied since, but his girlfriend just blocked me on Instagram, so I know he's absolutely panicking right now. When someone's girlfriend blocks you on Instagram, that's when you know you've got them. I'm currently organizing all my receipts and printing out the text thread. I'll keep you guys posted on whether he folds or if we're actually going to court, but for now, the trap is sprung. All right, a couple of days later, we got the final update. First of all, let's just have a look at some comments. Some people that commented before re-commented, so I just want to see what they're saying. Someone said, doing everything via text and ignoring calls was a big brain move. Well done. Thanks, OP said. I knew if I picked up the phone, it would just be a shouting match and I'd lose my leverage. I had to get it in writing. Well, exactly. Not just the fact that it'd be a shouting match, the fact that you wouldn't have it in writing. That's what you needed. Someone else said, great to see this update. It would be heartbreaking enough to see all the hard work just disappear without enjoying the car first. Good point. Then to throw in that he'd rather toss a friend away for a vacation. That sucks, man. Good luck with this process, and fingers crossed it gets sorted soon. I guess at the least you figured out what kind of person he is sooner. Thanks, OP said. Honestly, that's the part that stings the most. We spent late nights bleeding brakes, tracking down wiring gremlins, and just talking about how insane it would sound when it finally boosted. To watch him toss all of that away just to flex on a vacation is wild to me. But you're right. Better to know who he really is now than later. Again, I want to know about this friendship more. Like, when did you guys meet? How long have you been best friends? It's different if you're just two buddies that love working on cars together. I mean, it's not really. It shouldn't be. But, you know, if you didn't know someone apart from the fact that you built cars together, perhaps I could see how this would happen more. Because you don't have that friendship that's over nothing. If that makes sense. But I still don't get it. Someone else said, hey, just make sure you're super organized and prepared. This sounds like a slam dunk for you. And judges love when someone acts like they care about respecting the court's time. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, make sure, as everyone has said, that you've got everything ready to go. Because I can imagine if I was a judge, if I was just sent like a load of like a massive long like text message thread and stuff that was all over the place and like bits of evidence here and there, compared to if someone had given me like a PowerPoint presentation of everything, or like a folder full of documents that's really well outlined. I know which one just off the bat, despite how strong the evidence is on either side. I know which one that I'd prefer and like be more likely to give my time to and favor immediately off the rip. OP said, definitely, I'm currently printing out every single bank statement receipt and the exact text thread, so it's a completely organized stack. I'm not trying to waste any time. Someone else said, now his girlfriend is mad at you because you didn't let her boyfriend steal the money from you. Maybe the idea to sell the car was hers. If he needs to sell a car to afford vacations, maybe it's not a good idea going. Yeah, two very good points there. Maybe the idea to sell the car was hers. It probably was. I don't care personally. Like if my girlfriend said to me, oh, by the way, you need to sell X that belongs to your friend so that we can go away, I'd be like, no, what are you talking about? And then the second point is a very good point. Yeah, you should not be going on a vacation if you have to sell a car to go on that vacation. Honestly, OP said, it wouldn't surprise me if she was whispering in his ear about it. The fact she blocked me the second I threatened court speaks volumes. Penultimately, you did good, someone said, but I'm really sorry that you're having to deal with all of this and navigate the legal system right after losing a friend. Thank you, it really is surreal. Trying to navigate the legal side while processing the betrayal is exhausting, but I have to protect myself. And then finally, very eager to learn how much exactly you spent, parts and labor, on this project that your ex-friend is only offering you $500 for. I'm still organizing the final stack of receipts for Monday, but just the turbo setup and ECU alone ran into the thousands, plus hundreds of hours of heavy manual labor. $500 doesn't even cover a fraction of it. Wow. I mean, we're talking minimum thousands and thousands, maybe getting towards, probably we are getting towards tens of thousands, right? If it's hundreds of hours of heavy manual labor, even if that was at like $20 an hour, even call it 10, that's another $1,000, right? And I don't know how it works because you're not like actually working properly. It's a hobby, I think. I can't quite work it out. But then again, if you're working to sell something for profit, you are working on it properly. It's not like a 9-to-5 job, so I don't know how it works, but yeah, it's obviously way more than $500. Okay, and then 2 days later, we got this final update. I honestly didn't expect my life to become a multi-part drama series on Reddit, but after the insane amount of support on my last 2 posts, I owe you guys the final conclusion. Yesterday morning, the pressure finally broke him. I woke up to 5 missed calls from his dad. It turns out his dad saw the text thread on his phone. Or my ex-friend cracked under pressure and confessed, I'm not entirely sure. His dad is a really hard-working, honest guy, and he was absolutely mortified by what his son tried to do to me. About an hour later, my ex-friend called me. He sounded completely defeated. No more arrogant flexing, no more legally it's my car attitude. He apologized, though it sounded like his parents forced him to do it. Because of the text trap, he knew he was completely cornered. Instead of trying to fight it or sticking to that insulting $500 offer, he agreed that a 50-50 split wasn't fair since I funded almost everything. We settled on an 80-20 split in my favor to cover the turbo setup, all my parts receipts, and the manual labor hours I put in. That is actually really interesting because if you'd already agreed beforehand on a 50-50 split of the profits, then even after all of this, you should have got 50-50. Like, that is what you agreed upon. So you've done very well. I wonder how he agreed that a 50-50 split... Like, yeah, obviously a 50-50 split isn't fair, but you did agree on that. So, like, legally speaking, that is what you agreed on. That is what he's owed. But I wonder why he's now gone back on that and said, okay, not only am I going back to what we originally agreed upon, I'm actually giving you more. Where's that pressure come from? Is it from himself, or is it from his dad? We met up at a local bank a few hours ago. I watched the cashier verify the cash from my 80% share, deposited it straight into my account, and I walked out. His trip to Bali with Jess is still happening, but it's going to be a lot more budget friendly now that he isn't funding it with my hard work and parts. As we left the bank, he tried to ask if we were good. I just looked at him and said, we're even on the car, but the friendship is done. Good luck in Bali. Then I walked away and I blocked his number. I lost a brother, which hurts, but I kept my money, my dignity, and my peace of mind. I genuinely couldn't have done this without the absolute legends in this subreddit who gave me the legal strategy and the courage to stand up for myself. The money is safe in the bank, the toxic weight is out of my life, and this chapter is officially closed. Thank you all so much. Boom. Honestly, stuff like that is why I love Reddit so much. Because you just don't really get that on other... it's not a social media. Like across the internet, I do think that Reddit is one of the best places for genuinely helping out other people and getting genuine advice. Like, even my bathroom, for example, which I'm still trying to work out how to get redone. I posted on like some random bathroom subreddit. What should I do with my bathroom? It's slightly technical. I want to put... I want to keep a freestanding... It's not really relevant. I want to keep a freestanding bath, but it needs to be safe to shower in without water leakage, etc. That isn't relevant. The point is, the advice that I got was like so good. Like, I think I would have had to go to like so many bathroom companies to get the level of advice that I got from Reddit. Maybe I wouldn't have even got it because it's from like honest people that aren't necessarily trying to sell you anything. They've had experience, etc. And just like this, that legal advice that was given there, oh my God, there's literally sweat dripping from me. Sorry about that. It's so good, and it's helped OP get more than what he originally agreed. We do have one concluding comment from OP, who says, looking back at everything, what is honestly so crazy to me is the contrast of human nature. While someone I called a brother for a decade was busy trying to screw me over, thousands of total strangers on the internet were stepping up to protect me for absolutely nothing in return. It is truly beautiful how people who don't even know my name are willing to give their time, legal advice, and genuine support just to help a stranger stand his ground. You guys showed me more loyalty in 24 hours than he did in 10 years. Thank you all. Seriously. Wow, the friendship was 10 years. Maybe I take back what I said then. A 10-year friendship just like gone like that because someone's girlfriend wants a nicer trip to Bali. What a spineless dude. And yeah, the fact that he said, "Are we good?" at the end, surely he knows. Maybe he doesn't because he's so obtuse, but surely even he knows you're not good. The friendship is over. I, a 30-year-old woman, am pregnant with my fiance, a 32-year-old man. He wants to keep it, but we're both supposed to be child-free. How do I tell him I don't want to keep it? This was originally posted just 10 days ago, by the way, June the 7th, 2026. Oh, and also it's worth mentioning, there are 2 updates, including a final update, so we know what happens in the end of this one, so stay tuned. I'm pregnant, but I'm not supposed to be. My fiance and I are child-free. We spoke about it in depth when we started getting serious, and every now and then touch on the subject to make sure we're both on the same page. We've been together for 2 years, engaged for 3 months, and in that entire time, not once have we had a pregnancy scare. I'm on birth control, he uses condoms, we're careful. Then I started feeling a bit under the weather. I've been feeling nauseous or at times had a lack of appetite. I get headaches or feel a bit lightheaded, and I've been getting tired more easily. These symptoms kept persisting, and I went to the doctor thinking I've caught something. They do a routine exam, including a pregnancy test, and then eventually come back to tell me that I'm around 6 to 7 weeks pregnant. Don't do it. Don't do it. I kind of laugh because, no, I'm on birth control. There's no way. I tell them to do the test again, but they're confident. The test is accurate. They couldn't do an ultrasound at the time, but they booked me in for another appointment. I am internally freaking out at this point because somehow my birth control's failed and I need to go and tell my fiance. Cut to that conversation and I'm a mess. I'm crying and snotty and barely getting my words out. He does what I expect and comforts me. He hugs me and tells me everything will be okay. And my God, I temporarily felt so much relief. And then it's all shattered and my anxiety is kicked into overdrive when he tells me we'll make great parents and that he'll be with me every step of the way. I don't know, it's like my whole world tilted on an axis. It's really difficult to explain how much his words affected me because one of the key foundations of our life and future was that our lifestyles are so aligned. Yet here he is telling me he wants to keep the baby. I ask him what he means and he says it's clearly a miracle I'm pregnant because we managed to conceive despite everything we've done to prevent having babies. I tell him, we're supposed to be child-free. We both agreed we didn't want to have kids. He says, yeah, that's true, but now that I'm pregnant, things are different. No, I wanted him to come with me so I could get an abortion. I've never been pregnant before. I've never had an abortion before. I'm terrified to go by myself. I really need him there with me and supporting me and being my rock because I have no idea how painful it will be. I don't have anyone else in my life I trust to support me through this. Eventually, he tells me to go to bed and get some rest because I'm clearly overwhelmed, which, yeah, I am, but not for the reason he thinks. I am 100% sure I don't want this baby. I don't want to be pregnant or give birth or raise a child. I don't want this. How do I tell him I want to get an abortion? I'm so confused and upset because he's so excited. It's like he's done a 180, and I'm afraid I'll be breaking his heart. Before anyone asks, I've tried getting my tubes tied. I've seen 3 different doctors, and none of them would sign off on me having the surgery. Up until this point, birth control and condoms had always been enough. Wow. That is, pretty shocking, to be fair. First of all, getting pregnant when you want to be child-free is obviously not ideal, and it's going to be a horrible process having an abortion for you if you do go through with that. But you'd at least think, okay, I've got my husband there to support me, my fiance, my husband to be, to support me. And we've always talked about this, we're never going to have kids, so it's fine. But then the news of the pregnancy, coupled with the news that your husband or husband to be actually wants to keep the baby, That's shocking. I don't know. I mean, how do you tell him you want an abortion? You do. You say, this is what we've always agreed upon, that we're child-free. So therefore, if I ever fell pregnant, then I'd get an abortion. And you always said that that would be the case. It's pretty crazy to have had those conversations and still be in this predicament. All I can possibly think at this point, and of course there are updates to this, which we're going to get into, is that news just changed your husband's opinion in some way. Like the actual realization that he is going to be a father has changed his mind. Or, and perhaps even worse than that, he thought the whole time, okay, yeah, I'll just go along with you. And if we actually have a baby, then I'll be really excited because actually secretly I want one. I think it's probably more the former, but let's see. Before we get into the update though, the first update, just one quick comment from somebody who asked about the birth control method that the OP uses. Then says, frankly, his reasoning sounds very suspect to me, and I wonder if he's been tampering with things because he wants children. I mean, I was thinking that. I didn't want to go to that extent, because that would mean not only tampering with his own condoms, but also tampering with your birth control, which is, I mean, those both crazy things. But you never know. I wouldn't go that far, but you never know. Opie replied, saying that she uses birth control pills. I've tried IUDs in the past, but I have a really low pain tolerance, so having them removed or inserted was always a miserable time. I've never suspected him of tampering with my birth control. Before this, we were always a solid team about what we wanted. Okay, let's get straight into the first update, which came 2 days later on June the 9th. So, I spoke to my fiance yesterday about our situation, and it didn't go well. I started off the conversation by asking him if he really wanted this baby, or if he acted excited, just in case he was worried I wanted it. Someone suggested this could be what happened. Yeah, that also makes sense. It could have been for your sake, not just his, or a bit of both, who knows. But unfortunately, he told me he really does want this child with me. So I ripped the plaster off, and I told him, I don't want this baby. I told him that I was going to do what we had planned and get an abortion. I wanted him by my side, but if he really has changed his mind, then I need to know. He looked shocked and honestly a bit angry. He asked me how I couldn't be excited about this and how I could want to get rid of our baby. I told him because I never wanted children and I still don't want children, and getting pregnant hasn't changed that. He claimed I was still overwhelmed and not thinking straight, and this annoyed me. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh, that's so patronizing. It's not like I'm suddenly incapable of making rational decisions. No, absolutely not. I told him I've had the entire day to calm down and think about what I want to say clearly. If he wants a child, I won't stop him. It hurts because it means the end of our relationship, but he won't be having that child with me. We fundamentally aren't compatible anymore. I think he started panicking when he realized I was serious. He started talking faster, trying to convince me to keep the baby, that we'd make good parents, that we'd figure it out, that he would work harder. He didn't want to listen to the fact that I didn't want to go through with the pregnancy, that I wanted to remain child-free, that our future together was without children in the picture, and to be honest, his insistence was really unnerving. We started arguing because he just wouldn't agree to us separating or me getting an abortion. He never got physical, but his insistence that I couldn't, and that's in capital letters by the way, couldn't get rid of the baby was upsetting me. I didn't think he did anything to my birth control when I made my first post, as he's never been that kind of person, but I've started having doubts. That's tough. That's really tough. Imagine like your fiance and you think they're meddling with your birth control. As I said earlier, awful. And as soon as those doubts start to creep in and the trust goes a little, well, arguably that's the beginning of the end. I don't know what happens here, but let's see. I asked him how long he'd changed his mind about wanting kids, and he wouldn't tell me. I asked if it was before or after I told him I was pregnant, and he said he didn't know. The relationship was 100% over at this point, so I asked if he had anything else he wanted to tell me. He looked sort of confused, and I elaborated on our birth control methods. Had they been messed with? I can't really explain the expression I saw on his face. It was like fear and anger balled into one. He told me I was nuts and said he couldn't talk to me when I was like this and left the house. Does that mean that he did tamper? Fear and anger balled into one? An inexplicable expression on his face? I hope not, but wow. After that, I got all my documents, essentials, electronics, and some clothes together. I also left before he got back and I went to a friend's place. We're close, but not best friend close, so I was expecting her to decline when I asked to crash at hers for a bit. She agreed though, and after getting in, I told her everything that happened. She said I can stay with her for as long as I need and she'll be by my side for the abortion. My ex-fiancé called me when he realised I wasn't home. I answered and he demanded to know where I am. I said with a friend and refused to give him any details. I explained that I'm getting an abortion, that I don't need his permission or blessing or whatever, and that I would not stand in his way of wanting a family. But he'll need to have it with someone else. We're probably over, and neither of us should have to compromise on this. The call was heartbreaking. We both ended up crying. Eventually, he said I can come get my stuff when he's at work, but that I'll regret getting rid of our child. I just said, okay, and I eventually hung up. Sorry, I've done that a little bit too jolly. I don't think OP said, okay. I think they probably said, okay, and then hung up. He sent me the odd text today asking how I am, then asking if I'd wait until we could get an ultrasound. I shot that down immediately, and he hasn't said much else. I'm planning on getting the rest of my things tomorrow when he's at work. It's not the outcome I wanted. I really hoped he just freaked out and didn't want to upset me, but his plans for his life have changed. It's pretty much confirmed we're not together anymore. I'll be getting an abortion soon, and then I'll try to figure out how to piece my life without my ex in it. I'm sad, and I'm mourning the loss of my best friend and partner, but this is preferable to the future he tried to convince me to give into. Thank you all for your messages and comments. That's a great point, to be fair, because, you know, what if you were slightly weaker mentally, or he has done this. Your partner was making you choose between him and having a baby, and then nothing at all. Like, it's pretty crazy. It's actually like very, I don't want to say it is manipulative, because you've put so much trust in this person, obviously, under the assumption, because it has become an assumption really that you were never going to have kids and that would be fine for your lives together. But actually that was never the case. So like, you've put so much effort into this relationship that ultimately was never going to last. And because of that, it's such a sunk cost. Like, you probably look at it like, I've just wasted 2 years because this was never going to work. But then also, from his perspective, there's a lot of love there, I assume, before this happened, right? If you're going to get married. So he's sort of playing off of that. Like, well, look, if we're not keeping the baby, then I'm going. And he's sort of like preying on your love for him, which is, as I said, yeah, very manipulative and absolutely disgusting. Puts you in a tough position. But as you've said, I mean, if you're now fundamentally incompatible, then you're going to make the right decision by ending the relationship. Okay, so let's get into the final update now. This was posted on June the 10th. So that's 1 day after the first update and 3 days after the original on June the 7th. So yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, actually 1 week ago today, at the time of recording, we got this final update. Hello, I've gotten most of my things from my ex's house. There's some stuff that I've left behind, but it's things that are replaceable. I was prioritizing items and clothes that are important or sentimental to me. A lot of people were telling me not to go alone. Don't worry, I didn't. Before we went over, my friend called her 2 brothers and asked if they could come too. Basically, we said I'd broken up with my fiance and we were worried he'd be there as things were less than amicable. The plan was that we'd go in, I'd point out what was mine, her brothers would do the heavy lifting, and my friends would take photos of the house and later timestamp them just in case my ex trashed the place and tried to blame it on me. My ex was at work like he said, but I didn't want to take my time in case he came back. We put my stuff in boxes, the guys carried them to the car, and I did a once over to make sure I hadn't left anything important behind. Someone suggested swiping the condoms to test if they had holes poked through them. He usually leaves them in his bedside cabinet, but they weren't there when I checked, and he definitely had a pack left. I had a look around in case he moved them, but in the end, I couldn't find them. Take that how you will. Really? That's so bad. Is that... that's shocking. I've read enough of these stories over the years. I've read definitely thousands, maybe tens of thousands of stories. in the 7+ years I've been doing this. Almost 7.5 years I've been doing this now. And you'd think by this time I would have learned to sort of, like, you know, if there's a little bit of foreshadowing early in a story, expect the worst, I suppose I'm saying. But even in this story, I did not expect that this guy had gone to those lengths. But I think it's pretty conclusive now. Well, not conclusive, but it's pretty obvious, I think, that he has done, which is, yeah, as I said, absolutely shocking. Anyway, let's continue. After that, I locked his place up and I pushed my key through his letterbox. My friend wanted to push her phone through to take a photo of that too, but I was worried she was going to drop it and then we'd be screwed. We left and now I'm back at her place with my things. I thanked her brothers and I promised I'd buy them their favourite beers. We're eating pizza now and just hanging out. I booked an appointment too, so by the end of this week, it'll hopefully be a forgotten nightmare. Luckily, I didn't run into my ex, but he did message me to ask if I'd been bi. Well, yeah, obviously, what sort of question is that? Lots of stuff's gone from his place that's yours. I wonder if she's been bi. Okay, so that's where I'm at right now. Thank you for the support, everyone. Goodness me. Oh, and just one final point as well. In a comment left just one day ago on the original post, OP said, the whole thing's now been resolved. We broke up and I've had the abortion. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's a good thing, but you know what I mean. So there we go. Tough one. I was just like, yeah. It just does make you question reality, really, when you have the whole like relationship with somebody that you want to spend your life with pinned or like supported by this one key thing. Like your views on children and family and what you want to have in your life have to be the same as your partner's, or it's never going to work, obviously. Like, for me, I know that if my girlfriend didn't want to have children, I couldn't be with her because there's just no point. Like, no matter how amazing she might be, I know, and I've always known that I've wanted to have children, so I couldn't be with someone that didn't want to have children. I mean, maybe some people like are less on that sort of extreme. I know they are, actually, obviously. But it's like one of the key things you talk about. So for someone just to lie about that for 2 years is just shocking. And then on top of that, to tamper with birth control stuff is just crazy. I mean, that is illegal as well. That is assault. I think it's worth saying that too. Obviously, there's no like concrete evidence here that has happened, but the fact that he had condoms or a packet of condoms that are now not there is evidence enough. I mean, I don't think it would ever be sort of legally enough to actually like get this guy convicted or charged, to be honest. But we know the truth. I, a 31-year-old woman, had a conversation with my boyfriend, who is also 31, and the rose-tinted glasses came off. How can I navigate this? Hello all. I have been with my partner for 1.5 years. We love each other. It's been rocky at times, and we've nearly been through a breakup, but each time we talked it out and believed we pulled through. The main subject of contention has always been his hobby and subsequent club. He is on the volunteer committee, has meetings every Monday, and goes every Wednesday and Thursday evening, along with some Friday evenings, as well as Saturday and Sunday mornings. Wow, that is a lot. He also spends several weekends away out of the year to do the hobby, and uses holiday time for it too. He does admin outside of this also, and has been in trouble at work for doing said admin during work hours, and he's even done admin during our quality time. There have been several incidents at the club, and with him being on the committee, he's spent a lot of time dealing with it, so much so that it affects his mental health poorly. He's even cancelled plans and changed date nights with me to prioritise his hobby. Now immediately, I know what you're all thinking, and I'm thinking the same thing. What on earth is this hobby and why does it take up so much time? This has caused many arguments and conversations which stem from him making a hobby his priority and how he wants me to just slot into his current lifestyle. I explained that this couldn't happen and we've compromised to try and make it work. I believe things had turned a corner. However, something changed today. I'm bisexual. The local Pride parade is coming up and I expressed my want to go. We did not make any explicit plans to go together, but he stated if he was available, he would go. He knows how excited I was at this prospect and knows how much this means to me. However, he messaged me to say he was now doing his hobby instead and couldn't go. Now, he said he was asked to go and asked me if this was okay. I felt like I couldn't say no, as in the past I've said no and been made to feel guilty because I'm stopping him from doing his hobby. Now, I'm not that kind of person. People make choices, that's their decision, not mine. However, I asked him if he ever wanted to go to the Pride event, and he said, I would have, but my hobby is more important. Wow. And then something in me just clicked. This event is important to me. It's something I'm excited about. It's something I want to do. The amount of times I've sat and taken him to his hobby, watched, helped and supported him without fail, and sometimes without being asked, he doesn't do the same for me because it's not as important to him. I felt like he was saying, I'm not interested in the thing that you find important because it's not important to me. And by extension, you're not as important as my hobby. I just want to go back to that point where someone says, I've been asked to do this, can I do it? And the partner is like, well, if I say no, I look like a bad person, that I'm stopping you from doing what you want to do, which is not a position like OP that anyone wants to be in. But it does put that person in a very, very tough spot because you want to say no. You want to say no. You want to, like, come on, do the thing that I'm interested in because I always do the stuff that you're interested in, or, you know, it's just 50-50, whatever. Not in this case, but hopefully normally. But yeah, it's a tough one. How do you navigate that? In the comments down below. I'll be honest, I feel like I have done that to my girlfriend. I've been like, I've been asked to do this, or someone's having this event and they've asked me to come. Is it all right if I go? And yeah, I mean, she's not going to say no, but she may not necessarily want me to do it because she'd rather do something with me or whatever. It's only happened like once or twice, and it has happened the other way around as well. But it is a tough spot, and I don't love phrasing a question like that. Anyway, enough about me, back to the story. OP says, I didn't feel anger or hurt or disappointed. In fact, I didn't feel anything. And that's it. I didn't feel anything for or from him. No love, no support, no companionship, nothing. All the times I've given up my time, wants and needs to support him, and yet here I am with something very important to me and nothing. I felt nothing. The option was there was a choice, but I'm conflicted. I love him. We've navigated things before. How can I navigate this further? What advice would you give someone? Any advice, strangers of Reddit, would be appreciated. Wow, there we go. Very, very tough one. We're going to get into the comments, but before we do that, I need to give my thoughts, of course. And from my perspective, it's been 1.5 years now that you've been together. This has happened consistently throughout your time together, it seems. You've raised it multiple times. I suppose you've come to some sort of fix where he said, okay, I understand, I will do that in future, but he is not actually delivering on his promises or your prior agreements. So how long do you want to keep going like this? I think it's come to the stage now after 18 months of dating that you probably have to realize it's always going to be like this. And is that a relationship you want to be in? No. So serious questions, in my opinion, have to be asked about your commitment to this relationship and whether you want to be in it. Personally, this would not work for me. Like, if you're being selfless and doing things that your partner enjoys more than you, and you're doing it because you love your partner, that's a great thing. But if they don't do it back to you, then that's a one-sided relationship, which I couldn't be in. Anyway, let's have a look at the comments. Somebody said, it sounds like it's not about pride at all. Some people want a girlfriend, but not a relationship. Some people are so afraid of being single, they want a girlfriend simply for the sake of not being single, but they don't want a relationship because that requires work. You want a relationship, he wants a girlfriend. You are an accessory to his life, not a priority. Accessories can be easily replaced, relationships cannot. I guess this incident finally brought things into focus, but any improvement would require an effort on his part, and he's made it clear that isn't happening. But even if he was willing to work on things, you'd have to manage it all. You'd be the one telling him exactly what he needs to do, how to prioritize you. You'd be the one making all the effort, and that is tiring. That is a great point. You don't want that either. You want someone that's just going to do it because they feel like doing it and they want to do it. You don't want to have to like coach someone or teach somebody, because who wants that? Find a woman or man or NB who wants to make you a priority, who wants an actual relationship and doesn't treat you like an accessory. Well said. Somebody else said, he doesn't actually have a hobby. It's either an obsession or an excuse to not spend time with you. A hobby should not be a full-time job. At the least, you need to have a serious conversation. At best, break up and move on. That's a great point. This is not a hobby. If this guy is working a full-time job, which I presume he is, and it's clearly affecting his job, and let's just go back here. He has meetings every Monday and goes every Wednesday and Thursday evening, along with some Friday evenings, as well as Saturday and Sunday mornings. No one has a hobby that they do that much. I mean, the only thing I can think of is like exercising or running, but that doesn't take up entire evenings or mornings. I mean, like, that is the amount of times per week that I would exercise or go to the gym or something, looking at that. But, you know, I'll go on a run for 30 minutes. I can definitely see my girlfriend outside of that, or maybe do it with my girlfriend, for example. Like, to go to that length and like be that committed to something, it's never going to work having a girlfriend at the same time as that. Finally, somebody said, what kind of hobby or club takes up more time than a full-time job? You already know your answer. He won't ever prioritize you or your interests. Unless you constantly want to take a backseat to his needs and be left alone to pursue your interests, break up. Find someone who will support you 100% and make you a priority. I 100% agree. I really want to know what this hobby is. Like, get your comments in down below. Right now, if I'm thinking what this hobby is, I'm kind of thinking of like, what would it require that you have? Is it like a game thing? I was going to say fishing, but there's no way that fishing, you know, you'd need to go and have meetings about it. Some sort of group of, I don't want to say weirdos, but people that have too much time on their hands to be able to meet this frequently. I don't know. Let me know if you have any ideas. Okay, let's get into the update, which was posted the next day. Thank you for all the comments. I'm reading through each one as we speak. I might not reply because I'm still soaking in all the insight. So to answer some common questions, to those asking what the hobby is, it's a sport and a very niche one, so I'm not going to detail what it is because that's not fair on that sport or the people in it. Okay, so I was kind of along the right lines. In terms of what sport that could be, again, why do you need meetings on Monday? What sport requires meetings apart from like a logistical thing? Maybe it is fishing, but then Wednesday and Thursday evening, you could play the sport Wednesday and Thursday evening, some Friday evenings, as well as Saturday and Sunday mornings. Is it the same? It's got a volunteer committee as well. Oh, I don't know. Squash? Surely not. I don't know. Fencing? Tough. OP continues, he isn't cheating. I've been with him on the weekends and taken him to the sports. I'm seeing him tonight and I will show him the post. Wow. And then 9 days later, we got this final update. Sorry for not responding to everyone in the comments. I got overwhelmed, honestly. We broke up. Reading your responses and information and questions was super helpful, and it gave me the slap I needed to get my ass in gear and leave. Just going through the motions now, as you do. No, we're no longer together. The hobby was sailing, freaking sailing, all the dang time. I was so close. I said fishing. It's not a million miles away. What do you get if you combine fishing and squash? Sailing. So I'm going to give myself some credit there that I got that. I'm going to go and focus on me and go back to being a single bisexual goddess and enjoy Pride Month with people who give a trash. How are you sailing on every Wednesday and Thursday evening and Friday evening and Saturday and Sunday mornings? That's just like, are you a pro? That is, I'm sorry, that is just way too much to be sailing. I still don't know if that completely adds up, to be honest, but yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, the beauty of this is that OP is, first of all, made the right decision. I think that's clear. And I think they will get over this, hopefully quite quickly, because it's just like, come on, it's just ridiculous. But what I love is the progression from OP starting this saying, my husband has a hobby, then saying it's a sport that I won't disclose, to then saying it's a niche sport and there's some things that maybe you can work out about it, to then saying it's freaking sailing and just telling us. Beautiful. Just reading through the comments, a lot of people are saying boat people will never love other people as much as they love boats and their boats, and I can sort of see that, to be fair. Yeah, you did the right thing, OP. As sad as it is, you did the right thing. Okay, now time for our second relationship story of this episode. Would I be the jerk if I broke up with my boyfriend because his friends got him a me-shaped piñata? Wow. I am a 22-year-old woman, and I've been with my boyfriend, Matt, who's also 22, for a year and 8 months. Matt and I go to different universities in neighboring cities. Now, Matt is in a fraternity. It was Matt's birthday on Friday, and him and I went out to dinner to celebrate. After dinner, I went back to my university since I live on campus. The next evening, I was on Instagram and I clicked on one of our mutual friends' private stories, and I saw Matt and a bunch of his friends hitting and stomping on a piñata. By clicking through more of the stories, I figured it must have been a surprise party for Matt, since he told me his only birthday plans were dinner with me. On the last slide of the Instagram story, I got a close-up of the piñata, and it looked exactly like me. From the hair colour to the skin colour, even down to my septum piercing. There was no doubt it was me. I was really confused, and I screen recorded the stories. Then I messaged the friend who posted them. I asked her if that was me as the piñata, and she left me on red and removed me from the close friend story. That just confirmed my suspicions. The next day, I texted him and asked how his party went, and he acted confused and said he never had a party. Ugh, not a good sign. I was confused as to why he was lying to me. By the way, nothing wrong with your friends throwing you a surprise party, but then if you don't tell your girlfriend that you had a surprise party when they said, how was the party, you're just lying and you're a loser. Sorry. I told him that I saw what was going on our mutual friend's private story, and then he completely stopped answering. An hour later, he answered and said, yeah, the guys threw me a surprise birthday party. It's frat tradition not to talk about it though. I think I was just sick in my mouth. That's when I asked him about the me-shaped piñata, and I sent him the video of him and his friends destroying it. He told me it wasn't me, it was just a random piñata the guys had found. I told him to stop lying, and that it was obviously me. I told him how hurt I was, that he would allow his friends to do something like that, and all he could answer was that they would kick him out of the frat if he didn't accept it. I've got so much to say about this fraternity culture, but I don't even need to say, you guys can probably work it out already. I also brought up how if his frat had thrown him a surprise party, then why wasn't I invited? It was only like 45 minutes away. And also, she was there, right? They'd had dinner. I knew it wasn't because it was only guys, because the mutual friend who had posted on the story was a girl who goes to his university. And I saw in the story there were multiple girls there. He stopped answering me, and he hasn't since. It's been a day with no contact. I'm honestly considering breaking up with him over this. I've caught him in lies before, but this is just too much. The video of him and his friends stomping the piñata was just so disturbing, and to find out my face was on it, we were planning on moving in together after graduation. But honestly, I don't know anymore. Would I be the jerk if I broke up with him over this? No, you wouldn't. It's not just the fact that his friends got him a piñata of you, and that was it. And that is bad enough, I would say. But, you know, maybe if he was really apologetic or didn't get involved at all, told them off, said, what is this BS, guys? Explain everything to you, it would be fine. Again, as I said earlier, nothing wrong with your friends throwing you a surprise party, and yeah, weird that you wouldn't be invited as his girlfriend, but still, you know, that's not your boyfriend's doing necessarily if it genuinely was a surprise. But all this other stuff as well, the lying, other people not wanting to tell you about it, saying it isn't you when it's clearly you, and then just ghosting or not replying to your messages for a day on top of the previous lies. Yeah, I mean, there's no trust in this relationship. You gotta dump him. Anyway, to the comments, somebody said, well, why would you stay with him? He's lied before and he's lying now. You are so young. Go live a wonderful life without someone who doesn't seem to value you. The lies plus the genuinely disturbing imagery means this isn't about the piñata, someone else says. It's about who he is. Time to go. Yeah, I didn't really even touch on that, but people are stamping on your face. I know it's a piñata, but still. That's really weird. To me, it just screams that they've been talking about you or he's been bad-mouthing you. Otherwise, why would you do it? It's not a normal thing to do, right? Maybe it's like frat tradition. And I said, there's so much I could say about that I don't need to. Maybe it is that sort of like, oh, that's what we do for our members' birthdays. We get piñatas of their girlfriends and just kick the bleep out of them. Strange. I mean, the whole thing's strange, but Very strange. Someone else said, oh, frick no, dump him. If his friends have that tradition of beating and stomping on effigies of their girlfriends, then the whole group is garbage, exactly. Plus he lied, and he's lied before. Mom, your man is a woman-hating loser. Trust me, there are better men out there. And finally somebody said, why even bother talking to him? Just ghost. He beat a freaking piñata of you with his friends for fun. He doesn't even like you. One of those girls at his surprise party, in quotes by the way, is his real girlfriend. Wow. Oh, and it was only a surprise to you. He deserves no more of your time. All right, 4 days later, we got this update. Hi everyone, thank you for all the comments and messages. I've read each and every one of them and I'm truly grateful for all the advice. So, Matt texts me back after a full day of incognito. He finally admitted that yes, the piñata was supposed to be me. He said it's just a joke. It was meant to be funny. Haha. I told him how disrespectful and disturbing that was. I ended up breaking up with him good, and I told him I wasn't going to stay with a man-child who was going to disrespect me for the fun of him and his friends. He completely lost it and begged me to stay. He was apologizing, saying he didn't want to lose me, blah, blah, blah. After I made it clear I wasn't going to take him back, he literally sent me a video of him making out with the mutual friend. What the hell? Was it live? I mean, this is not for my own enjoyment, but I must know this. Was the video recorded before all of this? Was it you said to him, we're not getting back together, he went and found your mutual friend and just started getting with her and videoed it? Also, how awkward is that? Just getting with somebody and filming like that. For the audio listeners, I'm pointing my phone at my face. Quite weird, really, but I mean, that's the whole point. Jesus. I did not expect that. I don't know what the point of that was. OP continues. Maybe just a final FU, but I honestly couldn't care at that point. I mean, at least you already knew it, but at least it's been confirmed to you by that this guy, Matt, is an absolute clown. I now realised how immature he was. Yeah, I just blocked him. So yeah, most of you are right, he was cheating on me. I'm thankful that I didn't move in with this jerk and I saw him for what he really was, an immature man-child. And yes, I'll be sending the video to the university, though I doubt they'll do anything. You never know. I think you get kicked out for that. I really do. I do think like that has got to be like a serious form of bullying that has to be against the codes of a uni. Like if I did that at my uni, I would 100% be kicked out. If I did that at school, I'd be expelled. No doubt about it. Especially given that it was videoed and was distributed. So well done for recording it. That's a very important thing that you did. But anyway, yes, this is the update, and thanks again for all the support and kind words. They truly mean so much. God, that is absolutely brutal. Wow, I'm so sorry, OP. Sort of confirms everything that I've been wanting to say throughout this story about my thoughts on frats, that people in them are the worst of the worst, and the whole culture is disgusting. I am a 26-year-old man, and I've been with my 25-year-old wife for 5 years. I've just seen what looks to be a picture of my wife on my friend's phone. The picture was nude. Now, this was originally posted to Today I F'd Up on January the 13th, 2016, with the title, Today I F'd Up by looking at my friend's phone. Yeah, seeing a photo of your wife naked on your friend's phone, that's pretty bad. We were sitting on the couch, drinking a few beers, watching DVR reruns of The Twilight Zone. It's my day off, and my friend got kicked out of his house about a month ago by his girlfriend. As far as I know, he did nothing wrong. Okay, red flag immediately there. He's been sleeping in a hotel, and my wife and I offered to let him stay at our apartment for a few weeks until he can find a place of his own. Anyway, we are sitting on the couch, and he runs out of beer and gets up to go to my kitchen to get another. He puts his phone face down on the couch. Now, I shouldn't have, but I picked it up to look at it. He was looking at a picture of my wife naked. I'm almost certain it's her. I got really uncomfortable at the thought that he's browsing his phone looking at a picture of my wife naked right freaking next to me. I quickly put down the phone where he had it and I locked the screen to be safe. When he came back, I went to my bedroom to type this. Guys, what do I do? Tons of thoughts are swimming through my head. Please help. I don't want to do anything I regret. Wow, he's literally, in this moment, just written this. Can you imagine being in that position? I don't even know what I would suggest. Goodness me. Let's get straight into the edit though. He said, I've been advised to keep quiet until I know without a doubt he has a nude picture of my wife on his phone. I need to see it again to be certain. I don't know how to do that though. I think that's good advice because you wouldn't want to make a huge scene confessing that you have had a look at your friend's phone without him letting you and it isn't actually your wife. That would be pretty bad. So I agree. You need to find a way to ensure that it 100% is her. But then again, you know, if it is her, you need to know. So maybe that's the best thing to do is just confront immediately. Anyway, there's some more stuff to know before we get into the first update. I told my wife that my friend, our mutual friend, has been staying in a hotel for a few weeks after he got kicked out. We both decided to let him stay here for a few weeks until he gets a new place. I didn't get a long enough look at the picture to say whether or not it's my wife with 100% certainty. There was no face in the picture. I do not want to go around throwing out accusations. Okay, so that is the situation. Very, very tough. Immediately, what would you say? Comments down below. I'm not sure. I think if there's any sort of potential that you think that it's your wife, I feel like that's more important than betraying your friend's trust and admitting that you've gone on his phone and had a look. Like, you can get over that if it isn't your wife. But if it is your wife, you have to know. Anyway, let's see what OP did and let's get into the first of 8 updates. My wife will be home from work in an hour 45. My friend is currently working on something in the room he's staying in. Not sure what. I'm in my room, reading the comments on this post. I'm going to text my wife something mundane and see if she responds. I'm not going to bring anything up, I just want to see if she'll say something back. I'm thinking of a few excuses to see my friend's phone. If you have a good one, let me know. To be fair, there are probably loads. Okay, update 2. I was given the idea to tell him I can't find my phone and ask him to call it. He was reluctant about letting me use his phone. That's where I'm worried. If he has nothing to hide, why won't he let me see the phone? I don't know, maybe he's really protective. He said, just walk around the apartment and I'll keep calling it until you find it. I didn't want him to think I was suspicious, so I agreed. I told him I found it and ended it there. He's going to work soon, so I need to get to his phone soon. Update 3. My friend has gone to work. Wife will be home in 15-20 minutes. Still haven't been able to see the picture. Should I ask my wife anything when she gets home? She didn't respond to my mundane texts. I forgot to mention that. Oh, I don't know. I don't think so at this stage. I don't think so. Because if it is your wife on your friend's phone, like, you have no idea how that photo has ended up there. I don't want to think of the worst, but my mind's going to that. And you want to, again, probably be 100% sure that you know exactly what's going on before doing something that is potentially quite destructive. I know I'm sort of going back and forth there. I'm not 100% sure myself, but I'm trying to think what would the logical thing be to do in that situation versus what I think I would do, which would be like, I need to know now. And I think I'd probably deal with the fallout afterwards. Let me know down below. Actually put yourself, like, you have to genuinely put yourself in OP's shoes. What would you do? Okay, now for the 4th update. For those wondering, from what I remember, the picture was a woman presumably laying down with her shirt open. She had large breasts, which my wife also does. That's all I remember, because after I picked it up, I got a sick feeling in my stomach and I locked it. Then I put it down. If I could see it again, I could pinpoint for sure if it's her or not. Now, onto the update. She left her phone at work. I'm worried. This has got my head spinning in all sorts of ways. I prodded just a bit and I asked why she left it, and she said she just forgot. Guys, holy heck, I'm nervous. My friend is at work. I can't check his phone. My wife's phone is at work. Frick. I don't know what to do. I'm going to stay as calm as possible and not give anything away. Is this a sign she's hiding something? I really don't want to assume the worst. I just need to calm down for a bit. Dang it, I'm craving some Vicodin again. I used to be addicted to it and the urge is back, but I know I can't do it. Just to be safe, I called her phone and it did ring the full 30 seconds or so. I'm trying to slyly deduce what is going on. I'll update when I have more. Let's get straight into that next update. Update 5. My wife is going to the gym. She'll be back in an hour. I feel so bad. I feel like I'm going behind her back. I love this woman to death and I don't know what I'd do without her. I keep being told to confront my wife or confront my friend. Which should I do? I'm not going to accuse them at all. That would be wrong. So I might just let this play out little by little. I'm still not sure. I think... Oh, it's so tough. Again, I'm actually really interested to see the comments here. I think I'd have no choice personally but to confront one of them. Probably your friend. I think I just have to. Update 6. Final update for tonight. So far, my post has been removed several times and I promised I would tell you guys what was going on. My wife hasn't come home from the gym yet. Still no phone. I'm angry. I'm very stressed. I'm going to bed, guys. I hope I haven't failed you people. Please don't hate me. If there's one thing, well, first of all, I don't hate you. No worries about that. Secondly, if there's one thing that I know I wouldn't be able to do right now if I was in your shoes, it would be to go to sleep. Like, I'd have to find out something before being able to rest. I know that for sure. Okay, update 7. Next day now. So, last night I had a pretty mean headache. I get them when I'm really stressed. And I decided to call it a night. My wife got home soon after and walked into our room. When she turned the light on, she saw me laying down. She apologized and turned the light back off and asked me why I was laying down. I just told her I was stressed, and she sat down on the bed next to me and asked me what was up. I just said, you know, work, and left it there. She said, okay, then kissed me on the forehead and asked me if I needed anything, and I just told her I was alright, and I fell asleep not too long after our conversation. I woke up in the middle of the night. I was having trouble sleeping, yeah, I'm not surprised, and I walked into the living room. On the balcony was my friend having a smoke, and I started feeling really angry, and I wanted to go out there and confront him, but I knew I needed to stay calm. I walked out onto the balcony, and we made small talk for a bit while he finished his cigarette. It was silent for a bit, and I asked him, why were you kicked out of your girlfriend's house? Like, I told you before, dude, I'm really not sure. She just did, you know? I didn't do anything, he replied. It felt like such a lie. I just really wasn't thinking about it the first time. I'm sure he's hiding something. He said it with such a disregard for the question, kind of like when your parents would catch you doing something and they'd ask you what was going on, and you would say, nothing. We said our goodbyes exactly like that. I didn't question him any further for fear he might think I was trying to get something out of him. We talked for a bit longer about nothing important. I told him I was still pretty tired, so I wanted to go back to sleep. He said goodnight, and I went back to bed. I couldn't sleep though. I was tossing and turning, troubled by the thought of something being up. I got up a while later to go to the gym. From there, I go to work, and I had an idea. I was going to sneak into his room and get his phone and look at it. The only problem being his door was locked. I went to the gym, but didn't do much because I felt so discouraged. I got to work, where I currently am now, and decided I would use the advice I was given and check the message history through our service provider. That was tough to do because I had trouble remembering our account info, but I got it all sorted. When I looked at the message logs, I felt like, again, I'm betraying my wife. So I texted her. No answer. She must have not have gotten her phone yet. I waited a while until I felt my phone vibrates. She said, sorry babe, got my phone back. What's up? I replied, I just wanted to see how you were doing. Sorry we didn't talk last night. I was really stressed. It's okay. Kissing emoji, she sent. I do have a question though. Do you know why our friend was kicked out of his ex's house? No response. And that was a few hours ago too. So I'm still waiting, hoping that she'll answer because I'm having a bit of an anxiety attack. I gave in and I checked the phone logs. There were a bunch of messages back and forth between her and myself, her and her mother, her and a few of her friends, and lastly, her and the guy who was staying with us. Nothing incriminating. Only her asking him if he wanted her to pick up something for dinner, which she also sent to me. So honestly guys, nothing major yet. I'll update if she texts back and if I have more to tell. I have a few more ideas of stuff I can do, but like I said, I'm not going to accuse until I have absolute proof. I still do not think my wife is cheating. I just want to know what's going on. I get off work in about an hour. Okay, so that was the 7th update. And I've got to say, at this stage, I really don't know. It does feel like your wife is innocent, but I've read far too many of these stories to actually think that that is the case, to be honest. One thing, though, I am interested in is I didn't know about like the chat logs, message logs, call logs on your whatever it's called. On your service. Can you actually do that? Could I do that? Like go to my internet service provider, or I don't know how it would work, and actually see like messages? Is that an actual thing? Let me know in the comments down below if you know. Anyway, 4 days later, we got the final update. Now this is a big one and it's juicy. So lock in. Let me start off by apologizing for taking so long to finally write this post. When poop hits the fan, it gets everywhere and it takes a while to clean up. So thank you all for your patience. That doesn't sound good. Alright, after my last update, I headed home. I was finally going to man up and ask my friend about what I saw on his phone. When I walked in the front door, put my stuff down, and headed towards my room, I walked past the bathroom and I heard the shower. I figured he was in it, so I was going to wait for him. I went into his room, and right freaking there on the bed next to his bag and jacket was his freaking phone. My stomach dropped again because I knew there was no going back. I was going to pick up his phone and figure out what is going on once and for all. His phone had a passcode on it, but that was really easy to guess. I tried the 1234, then the reverse, and after about 4 or so guesses, it turned out to be the year he was born. Anyway, I went to his photo reel and opened it. I scrolled through a few pics of different things, and then I finally landed on it. Frick. I recognized the shirt and the room it was taken in. She took it. That is a picture that she took here in our apartment of her upper body. That was my wife, and my friend had the picture of her on his phone. I got really, really angry. I couldn't hold it back, and I walked over to the door of the bathroom and started banging on it like a madman. I'm yelling his name, telling him to get out here. The water goes off, and he's yelling out to me, asking what I want, and I kept saying over and over to open the dang door. He finally does, and he's putting on his pants. What the F do you want, man? I'm getting ready for work. That's when I dropped the question. Why the heck do you have a naked picture of my freaking wife on your phone? His eyes were huge, and he just started stammering, so I asked him again, but with more force. Why the F do you have a naked picture of my wife on your phone? He was trying to speak, but he kept stuttering and put up his hands to try and calm me down. I wasn't going to hit him, but man, I really wanted to. He just kept saying, wait, over and over. He gained his composure, and I swear to God, he says, I know you're mad. I cut him off, yelling, no trash, at the top of my lungs. Did my wife send you this? I asked over and over. I was just so incredibly angry. He finally tells me, no, and explains what happened. This scumbag piece of trash stole the freaking picture from my goddamn phone. I don't even know how, but apparently iCloud does BS like this where it stores your photos even after being deleted. Which reminds me, how do I disable that and get rid of the pictures? Anyway, he went to my phone and sent it to himself, then deleted the message. I can't believe I freaking missed it when I read the phone thing. I didn't even think my texts would be relevant, so I ignored them. I asked him if he had any more, and he swore to God he didn't. He only had the one, and he wasn't going to do anything with it. Well, not anymore, I deleted it. Yeah, but he could have made copies, you never know. He started apologizing over and over, and well, I didn't give an F. I told him to leave, to get all of his stuff and leave, and that I didn't want to see him again. If he came back, he'd regret it. Different stuff like that. I texted my wife I needed to talk to her ASAP, but she again didn't respond, which is because her phone was dead, not because she was hiding something. My wife got home like 45 minutes or so after the son of a female dog left, and when she got in, I calmly asked if I could talk to her. She said yes, and then asked if she could plug in her phone real quick since it died at work. She didn't take long, and it gave me enough time to think of what I wanted to say clearly. She came in, sat down, and I started talking. Actually, you know what? F it. His name is Hayden. F that dude. I don't care enough to keep his name safe. Wow, we very rarely see that on this. And that's very interesting because earlier I actually saw a clip of a comedian who was talking about being bullied in school. And she also, she like was gonna not say the name of her bully, but then she just said the full name. I don't mind this at all. Like, out these people. If they've done something as bad as they have, then out them. Sometimes I'm like, well, yeah, you can censor their name, and I get it for like privacy reasons, but out them. So I respect this OP. Thank you for outing Hayden. What a terrible person they are. Anyway, Hayden had nude pictures of you on his phone. Oh, imagine hearing that from your boyfriend. Oh, it's awful. I wasn't going to accuse. I just wanted to tell her and see how she would react. She had a very confused look on her face, but the one where you say, what? Really sternly. I explained to her all that went down with Hayden and me. She was so angry, almost as much as I was. She looked like she wanted to cry, and that made me want to cry. She kept asking where he was and what happened. I told her I deleted the picture off his phone when I had it, and I kicked him out. She was asking if he had any others. I told her what he told me. She doesn't believe that to be the truth though. Also, if there were legal repercussions for what he did, and I told her we would check it out. Yeah, surely there are. Secondly, I wanted to be open and honest with her. I didn't want to hide anything. I explained what happened over the past day and a half about the first time seeing it and being worried because I recognized it but wasn't 100% it was her, and how I started getting really anxious, worried that something went wrong in our marriage. I forgot that actually you're married, goodness me, and that I drove her away, and all these fears. She sat close to me and we held each other. I was in tears over this emotional roller coaster. I was so stressed, worried, sad, and angry at the same time that it all started coming out. She held me really tight and told me I was a good husband and reassured me that I was good after a bunch of bad stuff that had gone down in our past. She could tell I was so worried and hurt, and she was just there for me. We both just needed to cry, I guess. It's cathartic and really helped. I don't know what I would do without that woman. I love her to death. I was really tired, and after our breakdowns, we didn't feel much like doing anything, so we laid down most of the day talking about what we're going to do to fix our situation. I went over to Hayden's ex's house and I asked her why she kicked him out and explained the situation with him having a picture of my wife on his phone. Well, it turns out the mother effer cheated on her. So going back to what I said when OP originally said, I don't think it was for anything though, as in Hayden's ex kicking him out. Yeah, that was definitely a red flag and obviously wasn't the case. Anyway, let's continue. I was disgusted. I never expected him to do that, but after what went on, it didn't hit me as hard as I thought it would. She was pretty disgusted with Hayden's behavior and told me a lot of stuff I never knew about him. It was really uncomfortable to hear, but she needed to vent. I went to a law office close to us and asked around about the legal repercussions of stealing someone's photos. They gave me a number of different options that I'm going to bring up with my wife. The biggest one that I see working is a lawsuit. When I got home, my wife showed me a bunch of texts she received from Hayden. He sent me a few that I ignored. He was more than likely drunk because the text was so hard to understand. He kept apologizing and would send one every 10 minutes, and it was getting annoying. So she turned off her phone the rest of the day. Now, it was all quiet until he came to our door and started begging us to forgive him. I felt really bad. This dude was sorry, drunk, he probably didn't go to work, and he was tired. I told him he needed to leave us alone and we would get in touch with him later. He was okay with that. I'm not sure where he went, but I'm assuming it was a hotel or possibly another friend's house. Before you ask, he didn't drive to our apartment, he took an Uber. He started pestering us more, and this time it was getting a bit violent with threats and different things. This guy was acting like such a freaking scumbag. I tried to be nice, but now he's trying to play innocent while threatening us with some of his, I didn't do anything wrong, don't tell anyone or I'll F you up. Frick Hayden, seriously. He was really peeing me off. He wouldn't stop calling us. My wife was worried that he would come over and try and make good on his threats, so I stayed with her the entire day, mildly worried myself. We both decided we're going to press charges now because of how immature he's being and even threatening us. I thought we could handle this like adults, but now he's bringing it on himself. I want this all to be over. I'm tired and I want things done, but it'll come in time. Thank you guys for being there with me on this crazy journey. It really means a lot that strangers on the internet want to help me with my problems. I needed a place to vent and validate my suspicions and just feel like people had my back if it all went downhill. Thank you so much. You people mean a whole lot. Aside from the occasional death threats and just weird stuff, I appreciate the messages you would send me, so I felt like I wasn't alone. Thank you, Reddit. Also, one final thing, F Hayden. And there we go. Wow. Pretty mental story. Yeah, you 100% need to press charges. Unfortunately, we don't really have an update since then. And remember, this was 2016, January 2016. So now over 10 years ago. And I can't really find an update on this at all, which is a shame. But from the comments down below on this, OP has said that he stopped being threatening. This was like 11 days after the final update. And there's a lawyer working on their case. So hopefully something did happen. But yeah, I can't see, sadly, from OP's profile if anything happened afterwards. My boyfriend just got an email confirmation from Bumble. What do I do? I was with him just last night and things seemed fine. I met his mum last week. I don't know what to do. Do I bring it up? Do I wait for something to happen? I found out because I'm on his desktop printing things and I guess he signed up on his phone. Edit 2. I'm signing up for Bumble to see if I can match with him. If he responds, then I have proof he's up to no good. Are there any downsides to Plan Bumble? He deleted the confirmation email. And that's it. That was the original post. That's all we got. Imagine being in this position, by the way. It would just be awful. But you know what? I'm a big fan of Plan Bumble. Let's see what happens next. Before we do, a couple of comments first of all. Somebody said, as a note, Bumble has a mode called Bumble BFF for finding platonic friends. You should make sure he's not using that before jumping to conclusions. Don't worry, he's definitely not using Bumble to find platonic friends. I can assure you of that. Somebody else said, I think even if he is using it for friends only, he should have gave her a heads up. Communication. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what if suddenly he's just swiping on Bumble when you're out and you're like, sorry, I'm your girlfriend? I think, first of all, obviously he's not looking for friends. Secondly, yeah, communication. Someone said, agreed. The fact that he deleted the confirmation email is suspicious. Obviously it's suspicious because he is trying to match with somebody else. I mean, that's just so obvious. Someone else said, I just went through something similar. A different app, but you could create a profile and just keep swiping left until you find him. Mine had the audacity to say that it was his profile, but it wasn't him replying to me. Just use a pic that he won't know is you. Hat, sunglasses, different angle, and a different name. Normally, I wouldn't condone doing that, but given the fact that if cheating, they will often lie and you get suckered back in, it is better to be safe than sorry. Then again, this is fresh for me, and I'm still a little jaded. So if he hasn't given you any other reason to think he's doing something wrong, then just ask. To be fair, you could just ask. Plan Bumble sounds fun, but that is the sensible thing to do. But I'm still on Plan Bumble's side. Opie replied saying, I actually did this, exactly this, and I found him. Wow. Oof. Is he out there trying to get dates? Have you sent him a message? Yep. Opie replied. Well, dump him. He doesn't deserve you, hun. I'm sorry you're going through this. Thanks. I'm just waiting for him to text me, and I'm going to reply with the message he sent the fake profile. I already took my things from his place. Wow. Brutal. But Plan Bumble worked. Anyway, 3 days later, we got this update. What I did next. I called my roommate, who is very experienced with Tinder, Bumble, POF, OkCupid, etc, etc. She's been in the dating world a lot, and we've supported each other through ups and downs. I call her. I explain the situation. She's been seeing a guy for 1 to 2 months and hasn't been active. I explain the situation. My superhero of a roommate drives to his workplace, sets the distance range to 1 to 2 kilometers on Bumble, and keeps swiping. I did the same, but from my own location. I set up a fake profile of a cute Asian girl named Kim who likes movies. She finds him in 20 swipes. I find him in about 60 to 70, presumably because I was further away. That is not a lot of swipes. Goodness me. His whole profile is there. Some cheesy lines saying he's looking for someone special to laugh with. There were pictures that he sent me as he was away that were on there. For example, his family dog when he visited his family for the holidays that I specifically asked for. That disgusted me. So I swipe whatever direction yes was. I message, hi. He responds an hour or two later with, hi Kim, how's your day going? Seen any good movies lately? By the way, no one involved in this is actually named Kim. It's 100% a fake name for the profile I made. I was still at his place while I found out. So I collected my things and I left. There were so many BS excuses for him in the comments. Bumbles for more than just dating. There's networking and friendship building too. Nope, he was dating. I mean, I said that. It was so obvious. Maybe he was signed up before and there was a confusion in emails or spam from Bumble. No, also definitely not. Then why is he active on it? OP replies to that. Yes, very, very fair. And the bottom line is, I'm not okay dating someone who's on dating sites. That is very fair. I was waiting for him to message me because we had loose plans to hang out. Eventually, I got tired of waiting and I texted him. I felt silly waiting for someone to text me to break up with them. I texted him what he texted the fake profile. I also sent him a video scrolling through the text exchange with my roommate so I didn't have to type it all out to explain that I knew he was on Bumble trying to meet people. Now this is where it gets good. We have the actual text in transcript form here because it's easier than going through the images, but trust me, there's an Imgur link as well which I've seen. These are the legit texts. Okay, so the last message before this all started from OP's ex was, give him cuddles for me. And then we get in to everything. So OP says, hi Kim, how's your day going? Seen any good movies lately? With a little up arrow, posting a screenshot of the Bumble conversation. And then, so obviously we're broken up. The ex replies, actually, I had a feeling you were doing something like that. I forgot my Scrabble board at your place, OP replied to that. I'm going to see if my friend can meet up with you to pick it up. The ex though just continues, that literally went up today. You have access to all my stuff. I know that. OP completely ignores this. Who do you want to meet up with for the Scrabble board? No one. Because I promise, it wasn't anything. Look, I'm not okay dating someone on dating sites. Well, I just wanted someone to talk to, the ex said. I would have never have actually gone. That's believable. Why don't you talk to your actual girlfriend rather than another girl on a dating site? OP, if you don't pick someone, I'm going to ask my friend because she lives close by. X, please, I'm sorry. OP, it's honestly never a physical dating thing. It's only happened a couple of times. I promise. Please don't do this. It was stupid. I know. It was kind of like prom, but more of just an online thing. Okay, that didn't come out right. I promise it'll never happen again. Please say something. I know I effed up. Please. I do love you. Wow. What a hole OP's ex is digging for themselves here. This is honestly phenomenal to see. OP sort of just ignores all of that, saying, I asked my friend. If I forgot anything else, just give it to her. I'm done. That's it. Please, don't do this. And then the ex calls. I know you're not going to answer. OP, I'm so sorry. That really wasn't anything more than just virtually poking around. A guilty pleasure. That's still cheating. It's only ever happened a couple of times. Once way early. Why would you reveal that? It's not good. I promise it's never pics. It was stupid, but I would never have cheated. To me, doing this is as bad as cheating because it's just like, you're just not in the relationship, are you? If you're already looking at other people on dating apps and matching with them, like, you might as well just be going on dates. You might as well be sleeping with other people at that point. Like, it's that emotionally bad, in my opinion, that, you know, even without the fact there's nothing physical, wouldn't matter to me. Let me know if you have differing opinions on that in the comments. Obviously, physically cheating, is it worse? I mean, is it worse? It's more, like, obvious. And, you know, if something is physical, it's more just objectively there than if it's not physical. But emotionally, that's awful. Anyway, OP's ex continues. If you can find it in you to forgive me, I promise it'll never happen again. You'll have full transparency on everything of mine. I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. I do love you, but I'll respect your decision. Is there anything else I can do? Then OP actually gives her ex the time of day, saying, not really. I don't trust you, so there's no point. Look, I really effed up. I promise you there was nothing else there. I will spend my life making it up to you. Babe, it was never more than virtual. I can show you my phone. That's the only proof I have. I know, not very good proof, but it's all I have. I can't lose you. I'm sorry. Please believe me. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. Wow, there are a lot of messages here from the ex. I won't press you anymore. Please believe how sorry I am, though. How foolish I am. There's nothing I can say to undo the wrong, but if there's anything you ever need, I'm here. I'll never hurt you again. That's a promise. Goodbye, sweet girl. I want you to know I could see myself building a life with you. What, via Bumble? Okay, interesting. I could see myself and you getting a home. I know I don't deserve any forgiveness from you now. I just want you to know that that part is true. Okay, goodbye. Please, give me a chance to fix this. Do you love me? Even a little? If so, please. Opie then says, stop texting me and stop trying to contact me in other ways, otherwise I'm going to block you. Okay. After that, I went to sleep and woke up to 5 to 6 more paragraphs of text explaining that he loved me, he was sorry, that he took me for granted that he was with me. At this point, since I was feeling a little more confident in my choice to break up, I explained to him my thoughts on the situation. If he had found me on Tinder, trying to get attention from guys but not meeting up, there's no way he would believe me. He said he loved me for the first time over text to repair things. I told him that was manipulative. Well, first of all, he doesn't love you because he wouldn't do that if he did. And secondly, that is crazy to use I love you when you're like trying to claw back a relationship and saying it for the first time. That is like a last hurrah. I actually respect the audacity. Yeah, it's definitely manipulative. I said that even if he was just on there for a confidence boost, that is not okay in a monogamous relationship. There are plenty of other ways to get a confidence boost that don't involve the appearance of cheating. Even if I were to grant he hadn't cheated or hadn't tried to, that doesn't make being on a dating app or website okay. There was also some other personal stuff I need to leave out, OP says. I explained that even though he was willing to have an open phone/tech whatever policy to build trust, that it was fundamentally unfair for him to impose that responsibility on me. Why is it my responsibility to rebuild trust by monitoring his phone like a psychotic person? Neither of us actually want a relationship that looks like that. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to have access to my girlfriend's phone because I don't need to have that access. Like, if you're saying, okay, look, have access to my phone so you know I'm not cheating, that's already gone too far. Like, any healthy relationship, you don't need access to other people's devices. Not saying you shouldn't have access, by the way, like, it's completely fine, but it's not like we need to have this to ensure that we're not cheating on each other. That just doesn't make any sense, obviously. And then finally, I explained that I was replying so he understood that I was done with this. There are billions of guys in the world, and you're the only one who's been on a dating site talking to girls while we were together. And that is a quote from OP. So, we're broken up. A mutual friend is doing us the favor of helping give each other our things back. He texts me again saying that he sees my points, it is unfair, but he still feels how he feels. For the record, I think it was terrible advice to recommend talking to him. Talking only works if you already trust them. And receiving a confirmation email from a dating site is a reasonable explanation for trust to be broken. If I had talked to him instead of signing up for Bumble myself with a fake profile, then I would have had to just take his word for it. And I would have been someone dating a person who was swiping other girls and chatting to them. I see. We're going back now to before OP decided to go ahead with Plan Bumble. Yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that, but that does make sense because if you had talked to him, that would have given him the opportunity to lie easily, which I'm sure he would have done, right? He's not going to explicitly say, oh yeah, I'm trying to match with other girls. Not go on dates though, but emotionally cheat on you. He would have been able to come up with something. Then it would have been up to you whether you chose to believe him or not. But by going ahead with Plan Bumble, you're actually getting the physical evidence which proves he is cheating on you. And that leaves you in a much better place, i.e. 100% breaking up with him and being confident in that decision than you would have been in otherwise. So I take back what I said earlier about maybe it would have been more sensible to chat to him because this is a good outcome. The only way it wouldn't have been is if he was genuinely trying to find friends on. I mean, it's so unlikely that it's just not even worth saying, but I will for the sake of it. If he was actually trying to find friends on Bumble, or he wasn't doing it in a cheating way, he was actually being genuine. I can't quite work out how that would ever happen or how that would manifest itself, but let's just go along with this. Then by you creating a fake profile and him maybe finding out that you'd done this to catch him out or that you didn't trust him, that could have been a bad thing. And maybe it would have been better in that scenario to talk to him and then he could have explained it and been honest about it, and it would have been better that way. So he wouldn't have thought you were, trying to catch him out, and he wouldn't have felt like you were going behind his back. But I mean, there are so many things that aren't the case in that scenario that doesn't even make any sense to even begin with. Anyway, OP continues. I took the situation into my own hands. My perspective on cheating is that we are all capable of it, put into the right situation. Humans are more like each other than different, and the recipe for infidelity is not an impossibility, no matter who you are or who your partner is. Wow, I mean, that statement there, that opinion, is one of the most controversial but interesting thoughts that I've read on this website in a long time. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. I'm going to reread that. My perspective on cheating is that we are all capable of it, put into the right situation. Humans are more like each other than different, and the recipe for infidelity is not an impossibility, no matter who you are or who your partner is. Do you agree? Are we all capable of cheating in the right circumstances? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. My immediate reaction to that is no, but maybe I'm being naive. That is tough. Wow. Anyway, let's carry on. Instead, I think the best way to prevent infidelity is to prevent yourself from putting yourself in the situation where it's likely to occur. Don't go to bars alone with your wedding ring off. Don't shamelessly flirt with people. And don't join dating websites, even if it's just for a confidence boost. Don't put yourself in a situation where you'd be tempted to cheat because it shows a willingness to cheat more than anything does outside of actually cheating. I think I slightly disagree with that, just because I feel like if you are putting yourself in an environment where you could cheat, then you're already thinking about cheating. Like, if you're going to a bar alone with your wedding ring off, then you're already thinking about cheating, which I didn't think OP was sort of saying in the first place. I thought OP was sort of saying, no matter who you are or like how your relationship is going or whatever, within the right circumstances, again, right but wrong, that aren't really in your control, you could, in theory, cheat. If you're setting yourself up to be in the wrong circumstances anyway, and like you're flirting with other people on purpose, then you might just cheat anyway. That's more you as a human, rather than everyone is capable of cheating, if that makes sense. So yeah, slightly lost me in the second half of that, but the first half, very interesting. Anyway, let's continue. And I only know what he told me. Despite the nice things he said to try and get me back, maybe he's cheated on me. Maybe he's been on Tinder all along, trying to sleep with people, but failed and tried Bumble. Yeah, very good point, and probably quite likely. And in order for me to talk to him, he would have had to swipe yes. And since my profile was so bland, he was probably swiping yes on a lot of other women. Wow. I don't have a lot of people in my life, not many friendships, so it was really hard to stonewall when he was saying how much he cared. I had great people around me. My brother, my sister, my mum, and of course my fabulous roommate who played Supergirl here as far as I'm concerned. I had reservations about him. I actually came to this subreddit before, specifically because I don't have a lot of friends to talk to, so Reddit often acts as therapy or part of the processing process when I have a problem. Often the advice is terrible. Sometimes it's decent. If you get good advice at all, usually you get one or two really supportive people who deeply consider both sides. But the reservations weren't bad ones. Bad time management, lack of communicating, we talked and things got better. Last week, I met his family. 2 days ago, he cleared another drawer and a kitchen cabinet for me so he could convince me to stay over more. He made plans for us to go away for a weekend next month. Even though we had previously had problems, things were looking good, and I had no idea to suspect he was cheating. So that's it, we're done. My family was taking care of me for the weekend, which was nice. I'm not going to be dating for a while. I wrote all of that as of Sunday night, I believe, but because of the 48-hour rule on this subreddit, I needed to post again now to make it visible. Anyway, since Sunday, I've been bombarded by my ex to give him another chance. He keeps saying how much he loves me, how sorry he is. Even if what he is saying is true, which I have no way of knowing, I don't trust him anymore. And what's a relationship without trust? Nothing. And also, if he's saying, once again, that he loves you, and he hasn't said it before and is only saying it now, then you've got to take that with a pinch of salt. Maybe he does, but let's be honest, he probably doesn't. Anyway, he offered me full access to his technology, accounts, etc. But again, why is my job to repair trust by going through his things? Why is that my responsibility when I'm the loyal one here? That is fundamentally unfair to me, as is the rest. I didn't call him names, but I wanted to. I didn't say anything mean. I said I was hurt. I said I couldn't have him contacting as obsessively as he was, and I said it was best for both of us if I were to block him, so we'd both stop staring at our phones. I also hinted that if he were to try to contact me in other ways, I'd get others involved, which in my opinion is fair. It's harassment at that point. My advice to anyone in a similar situation: do you want it to be okay for your boyfriend to look for other girls? If you think this is acceptable, then you think that it's okay for your friends and family to accidentally find his dating profile. I know he's got one foot out the door. There's a difference between being attracted to other people and putting yourself in a situation that makes you more likely to cheat, like being on a dating website or a hookup app. I can't tell you how to run your relationship. Maybe you like open relationships, that's none of my business. But for people who are fans of monogamy, just leave. Also, there is no point in communicating if you have good reason not to trust the person you're communicating to or with. Wow, some good advice there from OP at the end. I agree with the majority of that, I've got to say. I definitely agree with the being attracted to other people thing. And I think that is one thing that, like, I think you have to sort of accept, is that you are still going to find other people I don't know, not like attractive, but like good looking, I suppose. Maybe attractive is more honest, to be fair, but like even though you're in a relationship, you can still find other people good looking, or like accept the fact that you're still going to be physically attracted to other people. Not in any way that you'd ever act on it, but it's not the case that suddenly you're in a relationship and you don't like the look of any other person at all, ever. And I think, like, you know, it's worth being honest about that. But yeah, there's a difference between that and then putting yourself in an actual position to act on that. Like, you know, if you start flirting or you start going to bars looking to like flirt with people that you are potentially attracted to, that is obviously, well, it's cheating in my opinion. And it's yeah, you're going the wrong direction, pretty much. Anyway, guys, that is the end of that one. Really hope you enjoyed it. I feel very bad for OP, but as I always say with a lot of these things, at least you know now. Like, you know now that this person wasn't the right person for you. You haven't found out in 20 years when you have a family. It's like, it could be, you know, it sounds terrible because it's obviously bad, but it's a good thing that it's happened to you now and not in 20 years when you've wasted 20 years. Like, I feel worse for people that are older with families that this sort of thing happens to, because they are much further into their life, and it's probably, yeah, you know, it probably hits them a lot harder, and it's harder to bounce back from. Whereas you sound pretty young, OP, and I'm sure you'll be fine, which overall is good. My boyfriend and his family are angry because I wouldn't shave my head for his sister who has cancer. Now, this was originally posted back in July of 2015. Hi relationships, that was the subreddit it was originally posted on. I'll try to keep this short and blunt. Please don't judge before you've read the entire thing. I promise, I'm not as awful as I sound in the title. So, I am a 23-year-old woman, and I've been with Matthew, my boyfriend, who is 25, for 3 years now. And we have a perfect relationship. I know, everyone says that, but it really is true. I want to spend the rest of my life with him. I've only met his family a few times because they live pretty far away, and my boyfriend had a huge falling out with his father a couple of years ago. They've since patched things up, but it's still not the same as it was. Matthew is not particularly close to his sister because she's 12 years younger than him, and he doesn't see her that often, so she's 13 at this time. Of course, he still loves and adores her, but they're not a very close family. Jessica has cancer, and as a result, she's lost all of her hair. Matthew was devastated, obviously, and has been going to visit her more often. I've only seen her a few times since because of work commitments. I've been down twice alone without Matthew to visit her in hospital. She is a lovely young girl, and I'm devastated for her and their family. Jessica is at home at the moment, and Matthew's mum called last Friday and asked if we could go over there. Upon arrival, Matthew's mum whipped out a pair of scissors and shavers and said that the whole family was shaving their heads for Jessica. Now, my job is modelling. I have very thick, natural auburn hair that reaches my waist. It's one of the reasons that I'm fairly successful. It's one of the reasons I can afford to pay the bills. I couldn't model without my hair. So I respectfully and politely declined, telling them that it would be detrimental to my career. I don't have 2 jobs. I don't have a backup. This is my job. It's my moneymaker. If I couldn't model, I don't know what I would do. Matthew immediately got angry, insisting that this is more important. And while I agree that sentimentally and emotionally this is far more important, I cannot afford to lose my hair. I have to think logically about this, otherwise I won't have a roof over my head. Matthew's mum was very upset and proceeded to tell Jessica that I wouldn't shave my hair because I am vain. Oh, that is brutal. I apologised to Jessica. I explained my reasoning, and then I went home. I've barely spoken to Matthew since it happened, as he says he, quote, needs space to consider if he wants to be in this relationship. I told him I would do anything other than shave my head. I'll do a charity run. I'll raise tons of money, whatever I can possibly do, instead of shaving my head. But he won't listen. All he says is, how can you put your looks and vanity over my cancer-ridden sister? Did I do the wrong thing? Okay, before we get into my immediate thoughts on this, first of all, OP has added a couple of edits down below before even the first update. So let's get into that, and that will give us a little bit more context before I give my thoughts. First of all, a few people have asked, so I'm going to copy and paste this from one of my replies. Matthew told me that Jessica is very upset and has told all of their family repeatedly that she hates me for having long hair and refusing to shave it for her. She's only 13 years old though. I have a feeling that the family are perhaps poisoning her view, and of course, she's going to be having a difficult time as it is. I can't hold any grudges against a young girl being in such an awful situation. Edit 2. I'm completely overwhelmed by the support here, so thank you a lot. As you can imagine, I've not even looked at the comments yet, but obviously they're going to be backing up OP, who is definitely in the right. Spoiler for what I'm going to say. I've read every comment and most of them are very helpful and make me feel a lot better. OP continues. I'm going to give it another few days and then I'm going to speak with Matthew and his mum and Jessica. I'll be sure to post an update soon. Thank you again. And then finally, edit 3. God, I hate threads with a ton of updates when there's no real update, but I feel the need to defend Matthew's family a little. Some of the comments, I assume, getting at Matthew's family saying, as I'm probably about to, yes, it's awful that your daughter is in this situation, but to almost guilt trip someone else into cutting their hair off when they literally need it for their job, I think that is a step too far. Anyway, OP comes back by saying they're not crazy people. They've always been absolutely lovely and kind and welcoming towards me. They were a normal, happy family before this happened. The youngest member of the family, the innocent, sweet, vulnerable girl, is dying, and there's nothing they can do about it other than try to make her happy. Of course, their view is clouded. Of course, they're not being rational. Matthew's mum has quit her job to spend more time with Jessica. They've spent every penny they have on gifts for her. I don't think they're crazy or bad people. They're in a world of hell, and the only thing that makes it better is putting a smile on Jessica's face, and me shaving my head would have done that. If they don't come to terms with it and start thinking clearly soon, then I will agree with everyone and I will call them crazy and run for the hills. But at the moment, I'm trying to be as supportive as I can to my boyfriend and his family, whose hearts are all broken. Put yourselves in their shoes. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And even if they still don't see the logic, or still, I mean, you could argue it is rational, but still remain irrational in terms of, you know, asking you or demanding that you shave your hair, even if they continue to be like that, I wouldn't have any problem with that. I think it does make complete sense. It's very hard for you in your position, obviously, but from the outside looking in, as you just accepted there, they're going through absolute hell. So obviously their minds are going to be clouded. Obviously they're not going to be in the best place to think rationally. So yeah, I wouldn't really, you know, as much as it's probably hard to do this, I wouldn't chastise them for saying you have to cut your hair. Our daughter has cancer. She wants you to do it, etc. And not thinking about you at all in this situation, because the fact is their 13-year-old daughter has cancer. That's obviously going to affect people in crazy ways. However, that all being said, that's just one half of this story. And as sad as it may be, the truth is that you don't have to shave your hair at all. Even if you didn't, you know, require it for your job, if you just wanted to keep your hair, you wouldn't have to shave it. Like that. It's quite a big ask of somebody. And there's not a world in which just because my daughter has cancer, you have to shave your hair. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. And I'd like to think that if I was in this situation, I wouldn't be demanding of this. Only people who have actually been in this situation can really empathize and know how it feels. So who knows how I would feel in that spot. But you've offered to do loads of other charitable things, and I suppose at the end of the day, that's all you can do. But yeah, don't give in. Definitely do not shave your hair. It's obviously illogical, but it's still very sad. Anyway, with that being said, 1 week later, we got this update. Sorry it's taken a while for me to update. I've been really busy and didn't want to post until it was resolved. It's only been a week. That's not that long. I got so many helpful and positive comments on my last post, so thank you so much for that. I kept a lot of the comments in mind when I spoke to Matthew and his family. Matthew contacted me saying that he'd seen my Reddit thread. I'm not sure how. He said that he was really sorry and that a lot of the commenters were right. He said that his view was clouded and he wasn't thinking properly. We spoke for hours and I forgave him. I told him that I accepted his apology and that in the future, if there's a crisis, he has to try to be calmer and more reasonable. He agreed, and he's also agreed that him and his mum need some kind of counselling because they're obviously really struggling. Yeah, good point. So that was out of the way. We're still taking it slow. He wanted to speak to his family on behalf of me, but I requested that it was me that spoke to them. So I went over there and I spoke to his mum and his auntie while Jessica wasn't home. I wore my hair plaited under a hat out of respect. Thank you to the Redditor who suggested that. That's actually a great suggestion. I was gonna say for a second, does that come across a little bit like you're hiding things? Almost like you're in a way being patronizing because you're making a deal out of your hair? But I actually think, no, you've done the right thing there. As soon as I arrived, his mum, Kat, told me that she didn't want to argue and that she didn't feel she needed to hear my explanation. She said in almost these words, "This isn't something that I can be rational about. I hope you can understand that. My world revolves around that girl and I just want to make her happy. I'm sorry I expected too much from you, but I just want to let this go now. You're obviously a wonderful girlfriend to Matthew, and I hope that you can be a part of our family. But until Jessica is better, I'd prefer it if you could not be around her. I'm sorry if that's rude, but she's really self-conscious about her appearance, and she hates being around such a young, healthy, beautiful girl with a full head of hair." That is really fair. And I actually think that's a very reasonable and quite emotionally sensible response to this whole situation from a mother who's in the worst position imaginable. Her child is dying in front of her. I still wanted to explain my side of the story, OP continues, but she kind of cut me off a bit and pretty much said, "Yeah, I'm being ridiculous and I don't want to listen to reason because all I care about is seeing a smile on Jessica's face. So I just apologized for upsetting Jessica. I accepted Kat's apology and I left. It wasn't really the discussion I'd hoped to have, but it was better than nothing." I'm going to be honest. What were you hoping to have out of this discussion? Maybe like an apology, but you've sort of got an apology in the fact that Kat's not going to apologize because it's her daughter and all she can think about is the happiness of her daughter, which I think is very fair. And I think honestly, you should probably just be accepting of that and be like, yeah, I don't understand that. I can't possibly fathom the situation that they're in. So I'm just going to accept it. It's not really that personal because, I mean, she's been nice. She said, "I hope you can be a part of our family in future and you are obviously a wonderful girlfriend to my son, but right now you can't be around." You just got to deal with that and say, yeah, fair enough. I also spoke to my agency about the situation. Interesting. And I asked how they would feel about me cutting my hair. I knew they'd say no, but I wanted to ask anyway. They did say no, but they said they'd like to help in some way. I pulled a few strings and I managed to arrange a photo shoot for myself, Jessica, and my niece, actually a friend's daughter, but she calls me auntie. Matthew has told me before that Jessica is struggling to maintain friendships because she's constantly in and out of the hospital, and most of her friends are a bit wary of being around now. My niece is only a year younger than her, and I think they get along, so I thought it would be really nice and helpful for Jessica. I bought her a wig, similar looking to my own hair, and I went shopping and bought her a ton of makeup too. I emptied the bank a little, but it's better than shaving my head and not working for 5 years. I called Kat again and asked if it was okay for me to come round. She declined at first, but Matthew spoke to her and she eventually agreed. I arrived wearing a bald cap, a few shades darker than my own skin, and Jessica found it hilarious. I spoke to her and told her that I was really upset that she had told Matthew that she hated me. She said sorry and told me that she was just jealous and upset. I told her about the photo shoot and she was incredibly excited. She gave me a hug and wouldn't stop thanking me. We're going to have a makeover first, and then we're going to have several pictures with Jessica wearing a wig and several of us being bald because I want her to feel beautiful either way. It might be possible for me to share these photos with Reddit, but I have a feeling they would go viral and I don't want my boyfriend or his family to be identified, particularly as a lot of people seem to think they're crazy and awful people. There are a lot of trolls online, and I don't think the family can handle any kind of backlash now. That's very sensible. So I think it's kind of resolved for now. Jessica is happy, Matthew is happier, and Kat is at least accepting of the situation. I could have broken up with Matthew and walked away from this situation. And where would that have gotten me? Jessica would still be upset, Kat would still be angry, and I wouldn't have my supportive, beautiful, and amazing boyfriend in my life. I wouldn't stand for this again, but in the 3 amazing years of us being together, this is the only time he has faltered, and it was for an understandable reason. I think that's a little bit strong. Don't you guys? Like, get your comments in at this moment. I think that's way too strong from OP. I don't really think that is understanding enough. Again, I'm not in OP's situation, so I don't know how I would feel if this family My girlfriend's family, for example, similar thing was happening. They asked me something that is objectively ludicrous to do with my career. How I would feel about that, how I'd react to that. And if my girlfriend was like, you have to do this, or blah, 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 how I would feel. But it does feel a little strong to say, like, I really wanted an apology. This is sort of what I'm inferring from this. I could have broken up with my boyfriend. If this happens again, I won't stand for it. It just sounds a bit too much. Just like, what? So if Jessica, recovers from this cancer, then gets cancer again in future, and something similar happens, you would break up with your boyfriend because he's going through such hardship, as is his family. Like, it seems a bit much. Again, I go back to, like, you just have to be accepting of the situation. And I'm not for 1 second saying you need to shave your hair, or you need to be more accommodating 100% or anything like that, or like do crazy stuff to ensure that Jessica is happy. But I think the understanding is sort of what I'm getting at. Let me know in the comments if you think I'm being a little bit too harsh on OP there. I just think that paragraph was a little much. Anyway, let's carry on. Also, people kept saying, this is how Matthew and his family deal with tragedy. He'll do this again. But I don't think these people understand that this is not just a tragedy. There's not much that could compare to losing a young, sweet daughter or sister to cancer. I've been with Matthew for 3 years. In that 3 years, we've dealt with tragedies. His good friend unalived themselves, and stressful situations. He almost lost his job, and he's never acted like this before, because this is more than a tragedy. This is heartbreak and hell. I want to finish with 2 quotes that I read on Reddit recently. Years of love have been forgot in the hatred of a minute. And we judge ourselves by our intentions and others by their behavior. Well, that last one is actually really poignant. I like that a lot. Now, before we get into the final update, guys, a couple of edits on this one once again. Firstly, I'm absolutely blown away by the amount of support, OP says. Thank you so much to everybody that has made a kind comment. Also, everybody who has shared their own stories. I've been crying off and on all day. Happy tears, mostly. Also, there were a couple of slightly rude comments because I said I didn't know how Matthew found my post. He doesn't have Reddit. He barely even spends any time on his PC at all, and never on mine. Not many people know about the ins and outs of the situation, and I changed some details to attempt to make it a bit less obvious. I'm terrified of being identified. So yeah, it was kind of surprising that he found the thread. I haven't had a chance to ask him yet, but I guess a friend must have sent it to him. Either way, it's not important to me. Thanks again, everybody, and let's pray that I can make another update soon saying Jessica has miraculously recovered. Well, on August the 4th, 2015, we got this final update. Thank you again for all the comments I got in my previous posts. They were all so helpful and kind. Myself and Matthew are completely back on track. He's been to therapy and is coping a lot better than he was before. Kat is also going to group therapy and she seems to be a lot better. The photo shoot was a little difficult. Jessica wasn't all that compliant. She didn't seem to like my niece, who was nothing but friendly, and it took her some convincing to actually take some photos without the wig. She didn't want many pictures of us together, mostly just of herself. We didn't get the photos on the day, and Jess sent quite a rude text asking when I was going to get them to her. I took the photos to her about a week later, and Kat asked if we could sit down and talk. Again, it does feel a little like, you gotta remember, this girl is 13 and has cancer. And this paragraph, yeah, it's completely fair, but it does seem a little bit like, oh, why has this girl not been a little bit more like, grateful for what I've done? I was sort of thinking a little bit like, and I gauged from Jess's reaction that she was happy that this was all going ahead, but I wasn't sure in principle if the whole idea of the photo shoot was going to go down well just because of what had happened before. I think in theory it did, maybe in practice it actually didn't. Anyway, let's carry on. Kat said that she really appreciated what I'd done for Jess, but that Jess had been acting weirdly since. Apparently, Jess had been trying to speak and dress like me and was refusing to take the wig off, which was giving her a pretty bad rash on her scalp. Kat seemed quite annoyed that I'd gotten a wig similar to my own hair. That was a mistake on my part. But she kept hinting that it was a cheap wig or that it was made of synthetic hair, which kind of offended me. Anyway, I brushed it off and I spoke to Jess. I told her she didn't need to wear her wig all the time, that she didn't need hair or makeup to be beautiful, etc. But she got kind of rude and kept saying things like, "That's so easy for you to say," and "You can lecture me when you have cancer." Again, don't think that's rude. Well, it is rude in isolation, but with all the context, it's not rude. Anyway, I ended up getting a little snippy with her, which I regret, and I told her I didn't like her attitude now or during the photo shoot. So, like, you see what I'm saying? I'm not surprised by this sentence because I've been feeling it boiling up from OP while she's been writing this. It's very nuanced, but I'm not shocked to read that. If you know what I mean, you'll know what I mean. Like, there's levels to this. It's not just like, oh, this has happened to OP and she has a right to feel like she does. I know that. We're going one step deeper than that. So come with me and hopefully understand what I'm saying. Anyway, she ended up crying and Kat asked me to leave. She wasn't rude, but I could tell she was upset with me. When I got home, Matthew reassured me that I hadn't been out of order or unfair. A few days later, his mum called and told us that Jess had thrown away the board photos. I was really upset. So Matthew spoke to Jess and told her that she was being very unappreciative and rude. I received a text from Jess a few hours later with what seemed like a sincere apology to myself and to my niece. Then, a few days later, I received another text from her asking if she could have another photo shoot. I called her and told her that I couldn't, as they wouldn't offer the same discount, and I couldn't afford to pay for the whole thing myself, and she put the phone down on me. Then, Kat called me and asked me, politely but unfairly I feel, to no longer speak to Jess, as it just keeps causing more trouble. Again, I would say that is fair, and it's nothing to do with you. Again, it's a bigger picture here. So, I haven't spoken to Jess or Kat since. Me and Matthew seem to be okay, but I'm worried that this may cause resentment between us later on in life, particularly if Jess gets any more unwell. I'm just taking everything as it comes and trying to stay out of it for now. I care a lot about Jess, but I also don't want to be taken advantage of, spoken to rudely, or blamed for problems that I couldn't help. That is very, very fair, I have to admit. I've tried my best with the whole family, but I can't seem to do much right. So I think it's for the best if I do distance myself from them. Again, very, very fair. Obviously stay with Matthew, but I think it's the right thing to do for you, sadly, to pull yourself out of the situation as well, because you are trying. And throughout this whole thing, when I've been sort of getting at OP, like, she's doing like a lot that maybe a lot of people wouldn't do. Like, she's trying and she's really giving it her all, which I massively respect. But sadly, it isn't really working. So yeah, maybe it's time to just cool off a little bit. Sorry this wasn't a happier update. If anyone does have any suggestions for how I can avoid resentment between myself and Matthew in the future, or how I can try to fix the distance between myself and his family, I'd be really thankful. I don't think there's anything more I can do, but there were a lot of really creative and helpful ideas in my last 2 posts, so it's worth asking. Thank you again, everybody. Now, guys, this is where you come in. Obviously, this happened a long time ago, but don't worry about that. What would you do if you were in OP's situation? I think for me personally, as you can probably tell, I think I would take a step back. And also, like, it's very fair for her to feel like, you know, what is this? I've really tried here. I've put money into this. I've been nothing but nice. And all I'm getting back is, we don't want you around, and the girl's being rude. It is easy for me to say what I'm saying when I'm not actually involved and there are no emotions. So I understand that. But yeah, what would you do now if you were OP? Would you keep going, keep trying? Or would you just cool down a little bit and just take a step back and let things play out? I'll be honest, I really hope that you guys, and I've put my point across well enough, that you understand what I'm saying and you don't get in the comments and say, what do you mean OP's in the wrong here? She's tried as much as she can. And, you know, everyone in that family is just being rude to her. It isn't that. There's extra stuff. For example, the photo shoot. Why is she buying Jess a wig that's her own hair, as in OP's own hair, rather than Jess's hair? First of all, that's just a bit weird, I think, because that's sort of making it more about her, or saying, I know you want my hair exactly. Does she? Probably not. She just wants her own hair back. Secondly, I understand the point about doing it with a friend in theory, and that you know, Jessica is struggling to maintain relationships with people her own age, because of course she is, I assume, going in and out of hospital, things are different, etc. But it is a bit weird to just invite like another person along, similar age to her, who's healthy, who is a stranger. Didn't quite understand that. And then also finally, OP talked about convincing Jess to take her wig off and do some photos without hair, all of them, with her in a bald cap. I'm not sure about bald caps. Like, that was the one thing I was like, I don't like that. I think it's cringy, anything disrespectful. Like, yeah, it got a laugh out of Jess, but it didn't really work long time. So like saying, no, let's do one bald, and convincing her to do that when she clearly does not feel comfortable and then didn't like the photos. I don't like that. And then Jess probably thought to herself, oh, you know what? I have reacted quite badly, as she is fully within her right to do. And that's why she was like, sorry, let's do another photo shoot again if you don't mind. Even though she probably doesn't want to. Those are my points, you know. I hope you guys understand. But I'm very, very like strong on that opinion that, you know, if anyone is involved in anyone else's situation where they are very, very ill and people around them are so badly affected by this, you have to just be fully supportive and fully open to anything they're saying. Be prepared to not get the best treatment that you would normally want in a completely healthy relationship. It's just not going to happen. So that's my point anyway. Hope you guys understand. Very, very sorry to OP, Matthew's family, Kat, Jess, of course, that they had to go through this. Again, you know, it's not for us to really know, I suppose, but this happened over 10 years ago and we don't really know what happened since then. I hope that everyone's okay. It honestly seems unlikely based on the tone of this story, but yeah. My boyfriend told me he used to ask out fat girls for fun. Am I right to be disgusted by him? My boyfriend is 25 and I am a 22-year-old woman, have been dating for a year. He's a very tall, attractive guy. He was on the hockey team in university and his team was kind of like a bunch of frat dudes. But he never seemed like that kind of guy. He was always very kind and sensitive with me. He also seems to be a very respectful and caring person. He's in medical school right now. Some of his buddies from his former team came over yesterday and they were just talking and hanging out. They start talking about their old shenanigans in uni. My boyfriend said, "Remember that time I broke the record for our chunky chick challenge?" I asked what the chunky chick challenge was, and he said the goal was to ask out as many fat girls as you can in a week. Everyone would put money in the prize pool and the winner would get the entire prize at the end of the week. Basically, he asked out like 50 fat girls over text or in person, secretly recording the conversation, and ghosted them on the date. I was shocked, and I said that was so mean and gross. My boyfriend said the challenge was just a joke, for fun, etc. He accused me of overreacting. But am I though? No, obviously you're not. However, we are going to get to the comments and an update on this one as well. I mean, this is just a pretty disgusting thing. The fact that he still doesn't even understand that what he's done is so bad, even like years later. I mean, it's one thing doing it at the time. Maybe you sort of get, I mean, it's still disgusting, but maybe you sort of get swept up in the uni thing and like being part of a team. And then you're like, oh, that was actually a horrible thing to do. But he still thinks it was a challenge and it was funny and it was like a prank, even now. Wow. I mean, to be clear, I would never do this thing anyway, because it's just horrible. So I'm not excusing doing it in the first place. It's just the fact that he still hasn't realized what he's done is bad means that you shouldn't be with him. Because if he looked back and was like, oh, it was a terrible thing to do, I realized how horrible and insensitive it was, and I'm a different person now, maybe you could forgive him for that. But if he doesn't even realize that, then you can't be with him in the present day. Okay, anyway, let's get into the comments. Somebody said, he also seems to be a very respectful and caring person, apparently only to people who he deems attractive enough to be treated decently. Yeah, preach. Can't wait till he's a doctor and has to deal with women or teenage girls who may or may not have weight issues. Bet he'll be a frickin' treat. Ugh. Gross, someone else says. If your boyfriend still says it's a joke after maturing a bit and doesn't understand the deplorable nature of his actions and is telling you you are overreacting and not fessing up to being a waste of space in college, yeah, that's a no. Character counts. That's literally exactly what I was saying. And then finally, I know a lot of people here are saying, yes, you're right, as in you're right to be disgusted by him, but you didn't choose to be disgusted and shocked. You just were. People don't choose their feelings, and feelings aren't something you sit around and have intellectual debates about. It doesn't matter if you're right or not. The fact is that you feel disgusted and there's no reasoning that feeling away. So you're asking the wrong question. The real question is, Do I want to spend more time with someone who doesn't find this behavior disgusting? That's actually a very good point, because there'll be girls out there that won't find this disgusting. They'll probably, there won't be that many of them, but there will be girls that are like, oh yeah, it was a fun uni challenge. I get it. So for them, they won't be disgusted, but for more normal people, they will be. And I think that's a good way of phrasing it. Okay, so 4 days later, we got an update. Quick update. I confronted my boyfriend after his friends left and told him that I was genuinely concerned about his treatment of those girls. I said he lacked empathy, and I can't believe he doesn't see what was wrong with his actions. He finally acknowledged that, yes, what he did was mean. He says he didn't want to seem boring to his friends. I said I thought he was better than that. I told him I was worried about how he'd treat me if I gained weight in the future. He said that I was the type of person to, quote, always stay skinny. I said he can't be so sure of that, especially if I get pregnant. I said I was scared by his shallowness. Long story short, I broke up with him. Good decision. He's super sad and has been apologizing non-stop via text. No matter what he says, I just can't get his cruelty out of my head. It's made me much less attracted to him. And I don't want to be associated with that kind of person, as I am a new grad nurse in an eating disorder clinic, and I see the kind of effect that rude comments and actions have on young women. One of the teenage girl patients is anorexic because she used to be fat and was bullied in school. I'm disgusted to think that my boyfriend embodies the cruelty of her bullies. Well done to you for breaking up with him. And that is awful, what he's saying, how he feels, especially given that you're a new grad nurse in an eating disorder clinic, and he obviously knows that. Like, keep your thoughts to yourself at the very least. I mean, look, somebody said in the comments, you're an eating disorder nurse and he thought you'd find that story funny. It sounds like you dodged an idiot bullet as well as a sociopath bullet. You made 100% the right decision. Couldn't agree more. And then finally, somebody said, I'm a guy. I knew people like that. My guess is that he doesn't feel bad at all. He only feels bad because he saw how you reacted. He most likely thought he was doing those fat girls a favor by giving them attention. Don't be fooled, OP. He doesn't feel bad. He's got a lot to prove if he wants to show remorse for being a cruel person. F that I was trying to impress my friends, BS. This is my experience with these kinds of people. Yeah, well said. So to sum up, obviously you are right to be disgusted by him. I do agree with that comment. You can't help the way you feel, but objectively, you should be disgusted by somebody like this, I think, if you're a sane person. And you did the right thing by breaking up with him. How is he going to say, you seem like the sort of person to always stay skinny? What if you get pregnant? What if you start eating more food? What if your hormones change? It's such a weird comment. And it's like a horrible thing as well, because I put myself in your shoes, OP. What if the person I'm with, like, as soon as I started putting on a little bit of weight, and who knows, like, you know, you could be going through anything and put on weight. They're like, actually, I'm going to break up with you because I thought you were always going to stay skinny and now you aren't. Now, don't get me wrong. Obviously, you want the person you're with to be in good shape, but it's not always going to be like that. So there we go. Very interesting story with a good outcome. All right, now moving on to our second story of this episode. My fiance and I are having the biggest argument of our lives. She thinks I'm being tacky, but I think she's overreacting. I don't know if I'm going crazy or what, but my fiance and I are having a huge argument. I'm a 27-year-old man, she is a 26-year-old woman. That is actually exactly the same as me and my girlfriend, interestingly, aren't even married yet. And we've never had an argument like this before in our entire relationship. I'm very invested in this to see what's going on. In my home province, engaged couples host a party before their wedding. People call it different things, a social or a Jack and Jill or a stag and doe. The purpose is for the couple to raise money. The couple rent a hall or some other venue. People pay an entrance fee and there are raffles and or games and or a silent auction. Family and friends of the couple donate the prizes. They bring food for a potluck and alcohol so drinks can be sold at the party. My fiance says this is the tackiest thing she's ever heard of and doesn't want us to have one. She refuses. She said it's the height of rudeness to hold a party where the guests have to pay to attend, donate prizes and money, and bring the food and alcohol. It's common to invite people to this if you are close to them as friends, but not close enough to invite them to your wedding. But my fiance almost exploded when she found out. She says there is no way we're having one, and we'll have the wedding and honeymoon we can afford. I don't know what her problem is. I've been to a ton of these in my life. Everyone I know who's gotten married has had one. My fiance said they don't have this in her home province, and she's never heard of it before. I don't know if it's common in the province her and I currently live in or not. I went back home to my cousin's stag and doe when my fiance and I had just gotten together, but my fiance said she thought a stag and doe was a joint bachelorette party. Now, my cousin's wife was pregnant, and this was the second wedding for both of them, and I never said anything because I thought my fiance knew what it was. I don't see why she's refusing to have one or is digging in her heels so much. My family and friends keep asking about when we're going to have ours. They think it would be weird to not have one. My fiance's family and friends agree with her. I swear, I've never argued with anyone about anything so much in my life, and it's really starting to get to me. I think she's overreacting, and I'm tired of arguing. This is a really, really tough one because I understand it from both perspectives. From OP's perspective, this is like such a normal, customary thing that his family have done probably for generations. Everyone does it. It's just standard. I get it. But I also understand it from your fiance's perspective, OP, because she's like, so we're asking people who we don't know well enough to actually invite to our wedding to donate a load of stuff, bring a load of alcohol, food, spend money on us, just for us. That seems sort of like predatory in a way. So I get that as well. I'm not surprised that there's been an argument, to be honest. Let's see what the comments say before getting into the update. I have no idea how this is going to work out. Somebody said, OP, you need someone to give you advice who comes from a culture where getting married is a community event, where the whole purpose is coming together and helping the newlyweds with money gifts to get started on their new life. Too many ignorant white people here, judging a custom I don't have myself in my culture, but I can relate to the spirit of it, because on the wedding day, there's a ceremony where guests pin money on the groom and put golden necklaces or rings or other valuable jewelry on the bride. Your fiancé is ignorant to your culture. That's the problem. She is centering her beliefs as the norm and is not able to acknowledge that what she feels like is tacky is a well-known tradition that you seem to value, and I do too from what you've described. Your fiancé should come down from her high horse and have a talk with you as to why she is so ignorant to your tradition. And you guys need to have a talk about traditions you value, especially with raising kids if you plan to have any, and traditions she values, and to see if you have similar values. Quite strong. Not 100% sure I agree with all of that, but fair enough overall. Opie replied to this saying, my fiancé and I are both white. We're Canadian. And both sets of her grandparents and both sets of my grandparents immigrated here from Scotland. Her and I come from the same culture and are the same race. If I misunderstood your post, I'm sorry, but I really don't understand what our race or culture has to do with anything. Yeah, I suppose that is fair. Okay, a couple more comments. Someone says, yeah, it does sound tacky as heck to me. Sorry, dude. Someone else says, so you invite people to this gimme party, but not your wedding? Your fiancé is right. It's tacky AF. I do slightly agree with that. But even if it wasn't, shouldn't your fiancé's feelings supersede a tradition? Why can't you change it up? Compromise on the party. You guys provide the food and drink and only invite people you're inviting to your wedding. And then finally somebody said, you're choosing between holding to tradition and the comfort of your fiancé. She's calling it tacky, but I guarantee it makes her uncomfortable to ask her family and friends to attend the event. Yeah, 100%. I think that's what she's thinking about. Like, how am I going to ask people to come to this and give us money? Like, it does potentially feel tacky. Like, yeah, you know, from her perspective, we should do the wedding and the honeymoon that we can afford because it's our wedding and our honeymoon. It is a very tradition and like culture-based thing, isn't it, a wedding? They're very different in different cultures. So I do believe there's a common ground to be found here. But it sounds like there's been a lot of arguing. Okay, over 6 months later, April 22nd, 2026, just a couple of weeks ago at the time of recording, we got this update. So the update is that my fiancé and I'm now 28, she's now 27, didn't get married. I posted here 6 months ago about how we were having the biggest argument of our entire relationship. Back then, I had no idea that all the arguing and all the things I said would lead to this, but all the fighting and anger exposed the cracks in our relationship and things began to fall apart. Maybe our relationship wasn't as strong as I thought it was. I don't know. I regret the way I acted and the things I said. No matter how much we were fighting, I know at the end of the day, the breakup was ultimately my fault because of how I acted. There was a big divide between us because my ex-fiancée and her family and friends thought having a social, Jack and Jill, before the wedding was tacky and the height of rudeness. Me, my family, and my friends thought having one was fine. The wedding was supposed to be on Saturday. Today, we would have been 4 days married and on our honeymoon somewhere. But instead, I'm trying to get over the pain of our breakup. I don't even see or talk to her now. No advice wanted in bold. Damn. Okay, jumping straight to the comments. Somebody said, not surprised this massive cultural difference broke you up. I worked at an American wedding venue for nearly a decade. I've literally attended hundreds of weddings and worked in the planning of many more, and had never heard of using acquaintances to fundraise for newlywed life until your post. It's that much of a cultural difference. May you find your true match one day soon. I do agree. I don't like that. Asking acquaintances to donate money to you. Sure, it's tradition, but as a principle, if you're asking for money or gifts, those people 100% should be attending your wedding. And if they're not, then that just doesn't sit right with me. Now, somebody else said 100% team ex-fiance. What you were asking of her was extremely tacky. She made it abundantly clear she wasn't comfortable. That should have been the end of the conversation. You made a conscious decision to disrespect the feelings of a woman who was meant to be your wife. That was the hill you chose to die on, and now it's time for the funeral. You brought this upon yourself. Maybe that's fair. I do feel like we do have to accept OP's point of view as well, that like this is such a customary thing. All his family have done it. They're like, when's it happening? So to him, it's not like a crazy thing to suggest at all. And the fact that he wouldn't have one would be an anomaly within his culture and within his family and like, you know, friends. So I understand it from his perspective as well. And it's probably hard because he's thought about it like his entire life. Like, yeah, obviously I'm going to have my Jack and Jill, then I'm going to get married. It's just what I do, what everyone around me does. But maybe you can be big enough to take yourself out of that situation, listen to your now ex-fiance and be like, okay, let's compromise, let's do it slightly differently. I do think there definitely was a compromise there, which was not inviting acquaintances that weren't going to go to your wedding and just inviting people that were going to go to your wedding. That's fine. Like, you're allowed wedding gifts, and I'm sure your ex-fiance would welcome wedding gifts as well. And then finally, my man, you got battered in the comments 6 months ago, this person said, and it seems like you should have listened to Reddit and your ex. Commiserations. I wish you happiness in the future. That is brutally tough. Maybe it's brutally fair. You let me know in the comments down below. Am I the jerk for lying to my partner about having kids and laughing about it? So I recently became engaged to my partner. I am a 34-year-old woman and he is a 35-year-old man. We met on a dating app 3 years ago and hit it off from the start. 5 years ago, I got my fallopian tubes removed. I've known I don't want to give birth since I was 15 years old, and I've never changed my mind. I always said that if a child came into my life, I'd love it, but I'm not actively seeking that out. On my dating profile, it explicitly states child-free and infertile, verbatim. At the beginning of our relationship, my now fiance regularly referenced other things I put in my profile, so I'd assumed he'd read that part and kids never really came up in other convos. Well, last night he mentioned that I should consider stopping my birth control, since now we're engaged, and given our ages, we should start trying for kids. I honestly thought he was joking and laughed. He got frustrated and asked me why I thought it was funny, and I reminded him that the second line of my dating profile said I was ostensibly infertile. He was shocked and he called me a liar. I happen to remember that I sent a screenshot of my dating profile to a friend for review around that time. And I pulled up the old convo with her to show him the time and date, and that it indeed stated that I was child-free. I told him I'd had my tubes taken out, so there was no chance of me getting pregnant without outside help. IVF is technically still an option, but I don't want to put my body through that. He stormed out, and his mum called me crying that I have ruined his life. His sister sent me a long message about how getting my tubes removed should be illegal, and how I'm a monster for stringing my fiancé along. To be honest, his family never really like me because they think I'm beneath him. A cousin told me it's because I'm fat. True, but I'm also pretty active. Regular walks with my dog, hiking, biking, swimming, paddleboarding, and a little snowshoeing, none of which my fiancé does with me. And a career woman in a male-dominated field. Plus, we share the household labour 50-50, and I make more money than he does. Because of this, I don't take what they say too seriously. But I'm starting to feel bad. His family believe I stole years of his life and ruined his future chances of being a father by lying about my fertility status. He asked for space when he stormed out, so I haven't reached out to him. I do love him, but I'm starting to have serious second thoughts given his family's reactions. I realise now that we should have talked about this before, but am I the jerk for how I handled the situation? Wow. I'm just baffled and bemused that it has got to this stage, that your husband-to-be seriously has actually said, okay, well, are you going to stop birth control now because I want to have kids? And he doesn't know that you've had your fallopian tubes removed. Like, even if it was on your profile, which clearly it was, I don't get how you haven't talked about it. Maybe you, OP, thought it's just not even worth talking about for 1 second because it's obvious that your tubes have been removed and, you know, you are infertile. And then maybe you presume that because your fiance hadn't brought it up, that he knew that. But from his perspective, like, how could you wait until you were engaged to say, oh yeah, maybe you should stop your birth control now because we want to have kids, right? Like, how does that not come up earlier? That's what's strange to me. I don't particularly think anyone's the jerk here. It's just like the lack of communication over these last years, 3 years, and not once has it properly come up where you can't hide. Not that anyone would hide the situation, but like, I don't understand it. How have we got to this stage? It makes no sense. As for the family comments, sure. I don't really think it's that relevant though. Like, yeah, they've got involved when they shouldn't have done, but I don't know. I wouldn't have second thoughts given his family's reactions on this one topic. Like, just leave that alone. Obviously, it is a big factor, but I wouldn't, you know, break up with somebody just because of their family's reaction to this. I think, you know, it's about him more than his family, although, of course, it is important. Again, I just don't understand how we've got to this stage where he hasn't realized, or you haven't told him, even though you sort of had. But I'm not sure that, like, going back and showing a screenshot of your dating profile from 3 years ago is actually enough. Like, you should have said again, and he should have asked again. This is on both of you, I think. It's very weird. Right, anyway, let's get into the update. This was the next day. So, my fiance came home this morning, and I asked him if he wanted to talk. He said there was nothing left to talk about. I asked if he wanted the ring back, and he got angry. I've never seen him like this, and I tried to speak calmly to him, but he was just yelling about how I was giving up and wouldn't even talk to him. I reminded him that I'd asked if he wanted to talk, and he said no, to which he responded that he didn't think I'd go all crazy over a disagreement. This was a huge wake-up call for me. I asked him why he'd never brought up kids beforehand, and he said because he knew I would get all weird about it. I tried to get him to clarify, but he just kept saying he couldn't talk to me when I was like this. I swear, I never raised my voice, and I tried to speak calmly the entire time. I told him I can't have kids, nor do I want any. I don't want to give birth. That seems like a deal breaker for him and his family. He said his family had nothing to do with this, and I asked why he told them then. He said because he was hoping they'd talk sense into me. I told him I was ending the relationship and staying with my dad for the time being. This didn't go over well. I'm still kind of shaking. As I was leaving, I asked him how long he's wanted kids, and he admitted he never thought about it, but he knew I didn't want any. But now that we were engaged, it wasn't just about me. He had a say in children. Okay, that is ridiculous from him. I told him I physically could not get pregnant without IVF, and I asked him how he expected that to work. He responded that I didn't know what I was talking about. I left after that because I just didn't have the energy to try and convince him, and I didn't want to further agitate him. Okay, so maybe he did know then, but was either just like not willing to accept the truth, or doesn't and didn't and doesn't fully understand how that worked. I'm removing a little bit of blame from OP, although I still do feel like she should have made it explicitly clear at times. I don't know, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. But I don't like, it's the conversation you have to have with your partner. Surely multiple, maybe not. I don't know. It's just, again, weird how this wasn't like nipped in the bud immediately. When I told my dad everything, he was furious. Apparently, when my fiance spoke to him about proposing, he did not ask permission. Both my dad and I are opposed to that tradition, just basically letting my dad know his plans. My dad asked him if he was okay never having kids, as I'd had my tubes removed. My dad says he specifically brought up my surgery and the impossibility of natural pregnancy. My fiance told my dad that it would always be my decision. Again, sort of a weird thing for the dad to say, because that's implying that your fiance OP didn't realize this. Maybe he's just like making 100% sure that he knows. But again, I feel like you should have made 100% sure that he knew a long time ago. Although again, maybe I'm giving him too much credit and actually he just doesn't understand at all. It's just weird. I don't know if you guys can understand that. or you're getting what I'm saying, because I've said it a lot. But it's strange, it really is. I'm thankful this happened before we started any of the wedding planning, but it feels like I swallowed a boulder. I know I need to be more adamant in the future about my stance on kids, and I promise I will have these discussions with future partners openly and from the start. Yeah, that's good. I blocked his family from messaging me after they added me to a group message and started throwing Bible verses at me, saying that I'm a defective woman for not wanting kids. Okay. I don't have the energy right now to be petty, so I just blocked them. My dad's going to help me move my stuff over the next couple of days. I need to talk to the landlord and figure out the lease. I'm financially stable enough to pay most of the fees, I think, but I doubt my now ex-fiancé can afford the rent on his own. The only text I've received from him just said, "You'll regret this." I don't believe this is meant as a threat, but I'm being cautious just in case. Thank you all for the feedback. It was helpful to understand where I went wrong. This was my first long-term relationship, and I effed up a lot of the communication, but I know it's not just on me. I tend to be the kind of person that doesn't like to rehash things if I feel like we're on the same page, but with huge decisions like this, reiterating is necessary, and people are allowed to change their minds, which means rehashing is necessary in a healthy relationship. Well summed up. That is a very, very good paragraph. I completely agree with all of it. Yeah. I do apologize if I've come across as like bashing OP on this a bit. I do think, as she has admitted there, that she should have been more communicative about this and not just assume that her husband-to-be knew the situation. However, I do think the fault does mainly lie on her now ex-fiance for sure. Like, I think about it from my point of view as someone who has always wanted kids. I would know because I would ask very quickly if somebody wasn't able to have children. And it's not something I forget or be like, well, maybe they can in the future. And also, like, if they were lying to me, that would be on them, but OP has never lied or withheld information, it seems. Anyway, there is actually one more update to this, a brand new update that came 2.5 years later at the start of 2026. Hi, so I completely forgot about this account until recently, and I figured I'd give an update since the story got both crazier and then a bit anticlimactic, and a few people have asked. I'm going to give some fake names so it's easier. Josh is my ex-fiancé, his sister will be Jill. Moving out was pretty easy. Josh wasn't around, but I did find a few of my things in odd places that I suspect was intentional to make me leave them behind. It was quiet for about a week, but then I got called into an impromptu work meeting. My company is fairly small, and I'm in the upper level of the admin team, so it's not totally uncommon to get meetings with the two owners, a married couple. When I logged on, it turned out to be a coaching convo to address my use of company resources for personal matters. Apparently, Jill, Josh's sister, had found the company phone number and had been calling the number, attempting to get through to me or my supervisor. But the third-party company we used to manage that phone number didn't have my contact, or even really know who I was, because my position isn't client-facing. I'm usually pretty good under pressure, but I really didn't want to lose my job, so I ended up crying and spilling the whole story to my bosses. It turns out they're both intentionally child-free as well, and they were incredibly supportive. One of them is retired Navy, and he asked multiple times if he should pay them a personal visit, but his wife just rolled her eyes and told him that would be plan X after all the others failed. Long story short, I ended up finding an attorney who helped me navigate a protective order. Jill didn't handle this well, and she tried to sue me for damages with Josh and their mum. It took a year to actually make it to court, and to no one's surprise, the suit was dismissed. The judge was very displeased by the waste of court resources. I was granted a restraining order for Josh, Jill, and their mum after I presented the evidence of harassment, as well as a notarized statement from my company. We also had recordings from the company phone calls, but the judge didn't need them apparently. I blocked all of them, and I've got no idea what's happening with them now, but they've thankfully left me alone. My dad was really happy to have me as a roommate. I think he's been lonely, so I've just stayed with him and split his bills. My dog has always loved my dad, so she's in heaven. I haven't really been dating, but I've been taking mixed martial arts classes recently, and I just finished a year of ice skating classes. Wow, those two things, I don't know if they should be in the same sentence. It's like, I've not been dating, but I've been doing MMA. I mean, that's pretty cool, I respect it. I'm enjoying having some more free time and perfectly content being single right now. I know now that there were a lot of things I let slide about Josh and his family that should have been deal breakers, and I think I would have figured it out sooner rather than later, but I'm still trying to relearn to trust myself. Until then, I'm not in any hurry to date anyone new. Thank you to everyone who commented and offered perspective. It really helped. My best friend and her husband had a fun time going through them all with me. And there we go. I will say as well, I probably glossed over Josh's reaction or his family's reaction to this whole thing, saying it wasn't that important. You know, I do think that what Josh did is more important than what his family did, but his family getting involved like that, it is more important than I said earlier on. Like, that is bad, and for them to just like hurl abuse at you is a terrible thing. So yeah, that is a good enough reason to break up with him. But I do think obviously that the person you're with comes first, but it's a pretty good insight into their life, I suppose, and the future as well, if their family is going to do stuff like that at this stage. I'm just going through the comments here, and the people are saying, and I do agree with this, that Josh is just dumb because he didn't realize that you can't regrow fallopian tubes, for example, which I think is very, very fair. I don't quite know how it got to the stage it got to where Josh thought that, did he think you were taking birth? Like, that's what, again, like, did he think you were taking birth control? Because he said, stop taking it, or let's consider stopping taking it. How can you, like, I do have to, like, slightly, unless OP has told him, well, no, because she would have told, I don't know. Surely you would know that your girlfriend is or isn't taking birth control. Did he think, because like you wouldn't have been using protection either, would you? Like, so he would have just presumed you were taking birth control this entire time, although he'd never have seen you take it. I mean, maybe you were taking it anyway for other reasons, and that could be an option. But I've come to the conclusion, I think, that Josh is just dumb. Simple as that. Okay, with that first story now out of the way, I'd love to hear your comments on that one, by the way. Let's move on to the second. I'm hoping it's going to involve some characters that are less dumb than Josh. My brother tried to pull a fast one on his wife, and she did an Uno reverse, and I am laughing watching him scramble. My brother, Dan, and his wife, Anna, have been having some serious marital problems, which is 99% Dan's fault. Anna is a stay-at-home mum. She goes to college online and has a side business with an MLM. But whatever, she's made some new friends and seems to be happier. Before they had kids, Dan and Anna had a solid marriage. Anna told me after the kids came, their marriage slowly went downhill and now it's on life support. Anna does everything for the kids, and Dan wants a medal for watching the kids for 30 minutes while Anna cooks dinner. He's more than capable of taking care of them, but he chooses to let Anna do everything if he can get away with it. The MLM Anna is involved with is having a big convention this week. We are locals, but Anna decided to do a staycation and is staying at a hotel near the convention with her friends. This has been planned for months. Anna told Dan to take time off work and made it very clear she needed the break, and this would be a really good opportunity to network. Over Christmas, she asked him if he got approved for the time off, and he said, yeah. I told her, he's going to mess this up for you, and she told me he better not. She called me in tears. Dan texted her that an emergency came up at work and he would not be able to take the time off. He had to put in a long day on Tuesday and would be flying out on Wednesday. He was so sorry and he'd make it up to her. I thought she was going to have a breakdown. She could barely talk. I told her to calm down and finish packing and pick her kids up from school. I said I would watch them until Dan got home. She didn't want me in the middle. But I told her, screw Dan. We've never been close. I don't give a dang how he reacts. I watched the kids until Dan strolled in at 10 PM and I told him he was a selfish piece of trash on my way out the door. He blasted my phone and I put him on Do Not Disturb. I talked with Annie yesterday and he blasted her phone as well. She ended up telling him they could either get marriage counselling or see divorce lawyers, his choice, but he better stop calling her unless it was an emergency with the kids or she was calling to talk to them. He called his jets after being told that. He stopped by my house and I spoke to him through the Ring camera and he asked me what he was supposed to do with his kids. I asked him if he even bothered to request a time off from work and he wouldn't answer me and said he had an important business trip. He said Anna won't give the contact info for their babysitters and asked me if I could watch the kids. I told him, get the F off my property with his BS. If he were any kind of parent, he would already have the contact info for the babysitter. Anna prepped the meals for the kids, organised all their clothes for the week, and left a detailed itinerary of their schedule. What else does he need? Our parents and his in-laws won't return his calls. He's flying solo this week and had to cancel his alleged business trip. Anna says she'll get to the bottom of that when she gets back home. I hope she has the best time with her friends. I hope Dan doesn't get a moment of peace. No one is buying his lies or coming to his rescue, and I laugh when I think about it. Good luck, bro. Wow. That's crazy. What a horrible person Dan is, because you know he never asked for that time off. And yeah, even if he has an important business meeting, it doesn't matter, because by saying you're going on that and you can't look after the kids, you're just saying to Anna that what I'm doing is more important than what you're doing, which is disgraceful. Now, there is an update to come on this one, which was posted just a week or so ago at the time of recording. But first of all, let's get into some comments. Somebody asked, how old are the kids? In their fight, the kids will be impacted. Dan will not feed them. He needs to learn this, but not with the children getting messed up in between. The kids are 4 and 6 apparently. They will be fed, and he's very capable of taking care of them, and he will take good care of them. Anna is in close contact. The issue is he tried to sabotage her staycation because he is selfish. Exactly. Someone else added, I think he wasn't just trying to sabotage. It sounds like he had some side action planned as well. Really? OP said, I believe he's very capable of that. That is a whole other can of worms that Anna has chosen not to currently pursue. If he was planning some side action, it won't be happening this week. Goodness me. I'd advise Anna to consult a divorce lawyer regardless, someone else said. I see this stunt being the final straw, OP replied. At least Anna knows she's got support, and OP is an absolute boss for being an awesome bestie. I'll be getting their favourite snacks or candies every week for several months as a thank you for covering. Holy heck, Dan is an incompetent D. I'm sorry, did he forget he's the dad to these kids, not just the sperm donor? He thinks because he's the breadwinner, that means his work is done. Our dad is nothing like that. I told Anna to keep me posted, and I will keep you guys posted. And that's the update we're about to get into. Last comment, she'll get better behaviour from him as an ex-husband, with the courts mandating his parental effort under pain of contempt. There's no way he requested that time off, and I'd love to see what a judge would do with that sort of BS during proceedings. Yeah, I don't believe for a second he requested the time off, OP replied. As crazy as it sounds, he would probably be a more involved father if they got a divorce, which is a mental thing to say, but it might just be right. If you are legally required to do something, for Dan, it sounds like he'd be more likely to do it than he is right now. Okay, let's get into the update then. I'm going to start with the good news first. Anna is going to divorce Dan. Thanks to a family member, she was able to get an appointment with a lawyer this week. She comes very highly recommended. When Anna came home on Sunday night, Dan was waiting with a suitcase and said it was his turn to take a vacation, and he left. No arguing, he just left. What? In his warped mind, his silence is meant to punish Anna, but he's just making her life easier. While he's gone, she's going to be making copies of all the financial documents she can find. She hopes he really teaches her a lesson and stays gone. The house was a wreck. She moved all of Dan's stuff from the master bedroom into his office. All his stuff is laying on the floor. You can't even walk in there. There's not even room for a twin air mattress. The kids enjoyed their time with Dan. That's important. They were asking for him today and want to spend time with him. Anna called him and he did answer and spoke with the kids and told them he was on a business trip. She's going to file for joint custody. If he doesn't want 50% custody, then he will have to turn it down on the record. She also found out last Tuesday when he was supposed to be watching the kids, he was tagged in a picture at a bar playing pool. So much for working. He didn't even untag himself, which shows he really doesn't give an F. He doesn't love Anna or even like her, but he must hate her to act like that. I don't get it. He absolutely disgusts me. That is all I have to update. Okay, there we go. I mean, the only real conclusion I can draw from this is that Dan is just a horrible man. There's nothing else to it. That's it. Fair enough to Anna for even saying that she's going to go for joint custody, because I wouldn't want a ban like that anywhere near my kids. I mean, it sounds as well, which is weird, that he actually might be an okay father when he's around his kids. But in his mind, he thinks that just earning the money is enough. I don't get it. Like, his kids seem to like him. I mean, yeah, the kids at that age are always going to like their dad, I presume. But it's just weird. Why does he have no responsibility? It's strange. And I do agree. I feel like if you do get that divorce, he will have to be more active in his kids' lives, which is probably a good thing for everyone. My husband of 6 years wants to be the father of another woman's child. And I know what you're thinking. How on earth does that work?
Yeah, great question. Okay, we're going way back to September the 16th, 2015 for this one. So, my husband unleashes this on me 3 days ago, and I'm still reeling. This woman is 26, by the way, and her husband is 30. We're talking over dinner, and he mentions that a longtime friend of his wants to have a baby. I don't know this woman personally, but he's talked about her before. Apparently, she asked him to be the sperm donor, and he said he was very flattered, and he wanted to do it. At first, I was really surprised, but not necessarily upset. Even though I didn't find the idea palatable, I didn't want to jump to the wrong conclusions, so I told him to explain a little more about what this meant. He tells me she's wanted a kid for a while, and she's decided not to wait for a relationship anymore. First question, how old is this woman? I would love to know. I asked him if it would be difficult for him to know that somewhere out there, he had a child that he couldn't see or whose life he couldn't be a part of, and if that would affect him emotionally. Then he whips out some really upsetting news. This woman actually wants him to be the father figure. She wants him to be a part of the kid's life, like the actual dad. I do not like this for one major reason. He's been intimate with this woman before. Oh my goodness me. You know what? I was actually thinking, yeah, this is weird. I would not like this if my partner wanted to do this. But okay, maybe he's really helping out a friend who's in desperate need and she wants somebody she can trust. But my goodness me. He's been intimate with her before and she wants him to be the dad. Just no, immediately. I don't even need to carry on reading, just no. They dated in their early 20s, but he refers to her as a friend, and before now, I never minded their friendship. I assume they didn't think of each other that way anymore. They still might not, to be fair, but isn't it very frickin' intimate to share the active parenting of a child? I just don't know if they'd keep it platonic, considering their history and this very bond-building event they want to plan. He said I'm overreacting and that I'm not showing trust in him. I'm being insecure, and it's insulting because he's always been loyal to me before, and I have no reason not to trust him. Which is true, but it's just so uncomfortable for me to consider. I would also say it's uncomfortable anyway, knowing that your husband is friends with somebody that he's been intimate with before and has actually like dated, and that you sort of know of. Like, that just wouldn't sit right with me anyway. That's just, I know you can be friends with exes, but it's just not, I don't like, it doesn't, I wouldn't like that personally. Let me know in the comments, by the way, what you think about that, because I know that's a bit of a divisive topic. There's another issue too. He and I have talked about children, and I let him know fairly early in our relationship, right when we started getting serious, that I have some fertility issues that may make it difficult to have kids in the future. I let him know that I've never gotten a specialist opinion and that nothing was certain, but I've been told it may be a concern in the future. It wasn't something in the forefront of my mind. We'd both agreed, I thought, to put off planning a family for a few years. So to me it was a distant issue, one that I thought I'd just deal with later, when we were trying. He goes on to tell me he and this woman have been discussing this for a few days, and he's going to do it because I might not be able to have his kids anyway, and if it turns out I can't, he wants to seize this opportunity because he might not get another one like this later. This gets worse and worse with every paragraph. That is horrific. I feel hurt. My emotional reaction is that I'm somehow inadequate, even though we haven't even started trying for kids, and I haven't even gotten a specialist opinion. I feel written off. I feel shocked. I'm very freaking upset. But deep down, I wonder, what if I can't have kids? Is it fair to deny him parenthood? Am I looking at this the wrong way? Truthfully, he has always been faithful. Could this dynamic somehow function properly in a way I'm not seeing? I'm so weirded out right now. I wouldn't even know how to picture this future. Let me answer your question. No. Like, obviously not. This would never work out. It's absolutely insane. It doesn't make any sense what he's saying either. Yeah, fair enough. Having kids to people, some people, is super important. Me included. It is like a massive thing that I've always known I want to have. I want to have a family. So it's a big deal in any relationship I'm in. And of course, like, fertility issues both ways are something that you do have to think about. However, he is saying it's like an insurance policy for him now, rather than trying with you first and then later on deciding if he wants to do something with somebody else at another time. You can't do that. You can't say, well, I'm going to have a child now just in case we can't have one in the future. That is like ridiculous. And it also shows that he wants to have an active part in his kid's life because he's treating this child as his own rather than just being a sperm donor. I mean, I think about my uncle a little bit in this story. He was with my ex-aunt, I suppose, for years, and she never wanted to have kids. He always did, and he was, in theory, fine with not having kids because he wanted to be with her. Later on, I think, well, it didn't work out for whatever reason. Now he has 2 twins who are great. But what if he'd been like, you know what? I know you don't want to have kids, so I'm going to donate sperm to a woman I know who I used to be intimate with, and then be an active dad to my kid, to her kid, just in case we don't have kids ever. Like, what is that? We have an argument. He tells me I'm being selfish because he's always wanted children, and I cannot expect him to give up such a huge dream of his. He says he isn't cheating with this other woman. They aren't going to have sex. He claims it'll be like he just has a kid he can father, and the kid will just live with a friend. He says it really has nothing to do with our relationship. It's his own personal matter, and I wouldn't have to do anything. Yeah, that's how you treat your girlfriend, by saying, no, the kid I'm going to have has nothing to do with us. Class. I think that's really how he views it. Like when one person in a marriage has a time-consuming, expensive hobby that the other doesn't enjoy, but still allows their partner to do, even though it means giving up time and resources. But this is a child, not a sailboat. What a quote. This is a woman he's dated and slept with, even if it was years ago, and that's what's off-putting to me. I honestly have never been in this position, so I don't know if I'm just freaking out. I don't know if people commonly do things like this, or how these things turn out, or how I'm supposed to approach this. A child would be a huge part of his life that I apparently will have no part in. Can someone reality check this, please? How do I even proceed with this? It's obvious to me. You just say no. Like, what on earth is he doing? Let's see what the comment said though. And remember guys, there is an update to come in this. Somebody said, nope, nope, nope. Not selfish, perfectly reasonable. What a can of worms this is going to open up. Someone else said, oh heck freaking no. It's not a hobby, it's a child, a living, breathing human being who has needs. Like a father. He can't treat the child like a puppy or a hobby, it'll be his kid. All of your objections are absolutely correct. They will have a relationship that you don't share in. There will be a degree of intimacy between them. He'll be financially bound to her. Hello, child support. This will absolutely involve you. Every single thing you two do will be tinged with his child. Every vacation, every holiday, heck, every weekend. Now, I'm not 100% sure on that because if you are a sperm donor, surely you don't have to pay child support. But given how this relationship is almost definitely going to work, then he will be active in his own child's life and therefore will be spending money on his child. So yeah, fair enough. Basically, he wants the little family unit with her and not you for some reason. For me, just the fact that he entertained this notion would be grounds for we are going to therapy now, and if you ever so much as speak to this woman again, we are breaking up. If he argues, or worse, actually has sex with her or donates sperm, I'd be filing divorce papers in his face an hour later. I forgot they're married as well. Of course, they're not just boyfriend and girlfriend, they're married. Okay, so 11 days later, we got this update. Well, everyone was right. He was cheating. Surprise, surprise. That didn't even cross my mind, but yeah, now that OP has said that, that seems so obvious. Yeah, of course he was cheating. I called the girl behind his back and I found out everything. She wasn't nice about it. It wasn't a fun conversation. There's nothing else I can say except I'm out of there, and divorce is happening. We dated 3 years, married 3 years, and I'm a stupid idiot and I can't believe I didn't see it before. It makes me cringe to look at my post. How naive could you be? Somebody commented, don't beat yourself up, OP. When you love someone, you're inclined to see the best in them. That's why it's hard for virtually anyone inside a relationship to believe their partner could be cheating on them. Our mind wants to believe that our partners are fundamentally good people, so we tend to find ways to excuse behavior that seems suspect to an outsider. It's why it's always a good idea to talk to others when you have a gut feeling something is wrong. In any event, I'm sorry for your loss. Hopefully you're working to move past this and will eventually open yourself up to loving and trusting someone again. A very good point that this commenter makes, to be fair. And it's something that I think I'm learning to do. I have done it before, but when you ask someone close to you who's like not involved, like a good friend or a parent or anyone, about their opinion of something, and they tell you something that you don't want to hear, my reaction to that has always been, oh, well, no, they're wrong. They just don't get it. But then after the fact, when everything's calmed down, you're like, no, they were actually right. So I'm learning to, like, if I get those opinions, see them for what they are in the moment and really like take them in properly. And yeah, I mean, if OP had asked any of her friends or parents, they would have said the same thing as these comments, right? Like, this is just not on. It's hard when you're actually in the moment to realize that, but it's so obvious from the outside in. Finally, somebody asked, so is she pregnant? OP replied, no, but apparently it wasn't for lack of trying. She was pretty up in my face about it. It was probably the worst conversation of my life. I can honestly say I've never seen red until she started laughing at me. Oh, whatever. They can have each other. F them. Okay, so all this time, this guy was just coming up with this stupid ruse to try and allow for his cheating. That was it. It wasn't being nice to a friend. It wasn't insurance of having a kid in the future, which is, by the way, like the most ridiculous lie ever. It was just, I'm cheating on you and I want to keep cheating on you and ultimately probably leave you down the line. Well done, that man. Okay, now let's move on to our second story of the episode. My girlfriend broke my PS4 and doesn't understand why I'm so upset. I don't really know where to go from here. This was written back in COVID times, December 15th, 2020. So, some background. During quarantine, I've been playing my PS4 games a lot more. What a loser, by the way. Imagine playing games in quarantine. I definitely didn't play for about 8 hours every single day. Anyway, I was able to finish up some stories and complete some big games in my free time the last few months. It was a great escape for me. My girlfriend, Liz, never got it fully, but understood I liked playing it and it made me happy. I told her that I was really looking forward to the PS5 and was hoping to get one soon. I missed out on the pre-order and initial shipping wave, so I got a bit sad for a while, but knew I would eventually get one when the craze settled down, whether it was next year or the year after. Her friend, Kat, also knew of this because her boyfriend was looking forward to the new Xbox. This is what happened today. This is when stuff got bad. I was playing FF7 Remake, finishing up some last achievements, when Liz came into the room with Kat. I said, hey babe, how was your day? And without warning, she pulled the PS4 out of the wall and smashed it on the ground. She then took a hammer and smashed whatever pieces were left. This happened within 20 to 30 seconds. I just looked at her, shocked. I asked, what happened? Why did you do that? Did I do something to make you mad? This was when I noticed Kat was recording everything with her phone. Liz walks away and then comes back and shows me a PS5 box. I still don't react, and she says, Merry early Christmas. I just walk out of the room and go to the bedroom and lock the door. This was December 15th, okay. Liz comes knocking an hour later and asks, what's wrong? I thought you wanted the PS5. I told her I couldn't even think about that because she literally just destroyed a part of my life that I've created over the last 5 years. I explained to her that she just ruined hundreds of hours of gameplay and saves that I'd built up. Liz just said, well, can't you just do it again? Sounds like my parents when they used to tell me, can't you just pause the game? No, mum, I'm in the final circle and I've got 2 rats so I need to kill. This is when I walked out and left the apartment. I came back a couple of hours later with Kat and Liz now both showing off the PS5 to me. Kat says, look, Liz worked really hard to get you this. We just wanted to make you happy. I asked Kat why she was recording. She says that some person on TikTok or Instagram did the same thing to their boyfriend and they were happy. Apparently that's where they got the idea from. A girlfriend came in and broke the PS4, then gave them a PS5 and everyone cheered or something. I still can't believe it. They wanted to make a video in that spirit with me as the guy. I told Kat a lot of my life was in that PS4 and now it's all gone. Side note, yes, I know I should have backed up on the cloud. I did for some of my games, but a lot of them I just kept on the PS4. I had hundreds of hours from The Witcher 3, Kingdom Hearts games, FF7 Remake, Final Fantasy 15, God of War, The Last of Us, Resident Evil, Devil May Cry games. Many of these titles were fully completed or close to that point. Most of them are now lost. Now Kat is calling me ungrateful, and her boyfriend liked the Xbox she gave him. I asked her if she destroyed his old Xbox. She said no, and that she just gave it to him gift wrap last week. I asked why I wasn't given the same treatment, and it was because they saw the video yesterday and got the idea to recreate it. I told Liz I do appreciate the gift, but that she needs to know she broke a part of me that has been built over the years. It sounds stupid, but I was really proud of my collection. Liz then says, well, why can't you just do it on the new PlayStation? I told her I could, but it would take a lot of time and effort that I may not want to put in again. She just brushed it off and said, Well, you can play your new games anyway. They're probably better. At this point, I left and went to a friend's house where I'm writing this now late at night. I really don't care about the PS5, and I'm mad that a freaking viral video made this all happen. What the F is wrong with people where they think destroying someone's personal property is funny? They tried showing me the video, but I'm not watching that trash. Liz and I have had a great relationship to this point. We've been together for 4 years, and this is the only major issue that has come up. Some might think it's just a video game or that I can get past this, but I don't know if I can. It wasn't just that she did it, it was the fact that after it, she didn't seem to know why or care to know why I'm so upset. I've never had this feeling before, and I really don't know how to proceed here. This is a tough one, because I'm sure there are people listening and watching right now that, along with Liz, are probably like, well, it doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, your old PlayStation's been destroyed, but you've got a new one. Like, you know, if you had an old car and someone bought you a new one, you wouldn't care if they destroyed your old car. Probably not the best example, but something along those lines. But it's different with this, isn't it? Like, this guy has clearly put so many hours into these games. And the difference is, when you go from an old console to a new console, that old console still has value, like personal value to you. There's a very good chance that OP may, despite the fact that he's got a new PS5, go back and play old PlayStation games and old saves that he loved on the console that he put 5 years into. I get it sounds strange, but you know, if you've ever played games or you're a gamer, you'd understand. I mean, it's not even that, it's the same with anything. Like, say you knitted a jumper and you spent ages on it, and then somebody bought you a new jumper or a new set of yarn or whatever that was much better quality, new, etc., and said, look, you can make a new jumper with this new yarn. I mean, this is a terrible example, but you know what I'm saying. By the way, I've burnt your old jumper. You'd be like, great, well, I love that old jumper. I spent years making it. Now, if you spent years making a jumper, you'd probably be quite bad at making jumpers in general, so not quite sure if that works out. But you get the general idea. You wouldn't be happy. And you'd have one jumper fewer, so depending on the time of the year, you might be a bit cold. Say if it was in winter. Something to think about. Anyway, let's get into the update. This came after Christmas Day, December 29th. Well, it's been a hellish couple of weeks. First of all, I appreciate all the support. I didn't get to respond to many people because my life has been a whirlwind the last couple of weeks. I took a lot of time thinking and talking with friends and family about what's happened and where to go from here. I tried saving the hard drive from the PS4 through my buddy who was more tech savvy than I. We had no luck in that regard. All that stuff is lost forever. The PS5 has been at our place since the incident, but I have no interest in that right now. I didn't go back to the apartment for a week. I finally told Liz we needed to sit down and have a discussion about everything. It was a long conversation with a lot of tears on both ends. I won't go into exact details, but I explained to her how her actions affected me. The comparisons some told me to tell her about me smashing her phone or laptop in the same manner really hit her. That is a much better comparison that I should have thought of. In that moment, she understood, I think. I once again asked why she recorded it. Yeah, that's the thing, like, if you're going to record that to then put on TikTok, you're not really thinking about your boyfriend, are you? She said she wanted to capture the moment of my happiness. It wasn't about Instagram or TikTok clout or whatever. Okay. She thought I'd be ecstatic and wanted to have that moment captured forever. I told her I understood that. Okay, fair enough. Finally, I told her the truth. I told her I couldn't trust her anymore after this. She destroyed something dear to me. I broke up with her. Maybe it's irrational. Maybe I'm overreacting. I think after the conversation with my parents and friends and her, I realized that I can't love someone who doesn't empathize with me enough to know that breaking that PS4 was a bad move. The incident should have never happened if she knew how much I cared for this, especially during a year as rough as this. I told her that I'm moving out of the apartment to live with my parents for a bit. I said that I'm breaking the lease in March, so she has until then to find a new place. She was upset, but I stood my ground. So I spent Christmas with my parents, and while a little sad, I think it's for the best. She's tried to reach out, but I told her unless it was about stuff about the apartment, then I don't want to talk to her right now. As for me, I think I'm done with gaming. I'll find something else to keep my interest. I didn't take the PS5. It'll be really hard for me to find my joy in it after all of this. I thought I'd marry Liz. We were college sweethearts and we were happy. Now everything is broken, just like my PS4. Hard not to laugh at that, sorry. And so I'd rather not be reminded of that anymore. For now, I'm just going to be alone for a while and figure things out. I believe that everything will work out in the end as long as I keep myself honest and hardworking. Happy holidays. Oh my goodness, I'm just looking in the comments and somebody's actually, like, sorry, I've got to go give myself, sorry, I can't even speak. I've got to give myself some credit here. Look at this. I'm an avid knitter. Imagine if my partner would cut up all of my current projects right in front of me, then pulled out a bag of expensive cashmere yarn, expecting me to be happy about losing hundreds of hours worth of work, and just telling me to do it again with this yarn. Sorry, is that not exactly what I just said? And I know nothing about knitting. A little bit of respect for me in the comments, by the way. What an analogy, I should never have doubted myself. But yeah, there we go. That is it for that story. I do have to say, I'm not sure if this warrants breaking up with somebody. I know the comments are going to be against that thought, but I just don't know if it's like, if you've got a really good relationship like you say you do, and you've had no major issues in 4 years, and you thought you were going to marry this person, it does seem to me as if she is genuinely sorry. Like, yes, she obviously should have realized, she should have understood, she should have not done any of this. Like, you shouldn't have to explain to her why what she's done is so ridiculous. But if it's just one incident, like, there are much worse incidents that happen to people and they get through it and stay together and live a happy life. So I just feel like, is it worth like destroying a 4-year relationship with someone that outside of this you love that much? I don't know. A couple of questions. So were you living together in COVID? Yes. You've said during quarantine you were playing your PlayStation a lot more. You've been playing it for 5 years, so that means it's been in your life as long as Liz has been in your life. And I'm sure, like, it's obvious that she would know how much it means to you. It's impossible for her not to know that after being with you and it being in your life for that long and clearly being a big part of your life. You say at the start that she never got it fully, but she understood that you liked playing it and it made you happy. So maybe that is all I need to read. I don't know. Let me know in the comments what you think about what I'm saying. I just feel like it's so hard to find somebody that you really love and want to spend like loads of time with, ideally your life with. Is it worth sacrificing this person just because they did this one thing? It's hard to know because, you know, we don't know the nuance and we don't really know how sorry she is. But it sounds to me as if she's pretty sorry. I wouldn't do it again. She understands. She just probably got led by a cat a little bit. I mean, look, I'm not passing the blame at all. She did what she did. It's on her. But 4-year relationship for this, I don't think it's worth it. I really don't. I mean, she has said some really stupid stuff like, can't you just do it all again? Like, I've got a new one for you, it's fine. Clearly she just doesn't understand though. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Surely it's worth trying to build that trust up again and seeing if you could do that before just breaking up in a matter of days. But anyway, I'll leave that one up to you in the comments down below, because I genuinely don't think this is worth breaking up over, even though it's a huge deal and probably bigger than I realise and lots of you listening to this realise as well. Too OP.
My husband has been giving advice to a co-worker about how to make his gay son straight behind his wife's back. This was originally posted on June the 22nd, 2021. I want to preface this by saying that I don't know how my husband is when he's at work. He works an office job, and I work in a daycare as a receptionist, and we also recently purchased our first home. However, everything I learned came from an email from the co-worker's wife that included evidence of conversations between my husband and her husband in regards to their son. Louise and Edward, we'll call them that, recently had their son come out. And from Louise's email and the messages she provided between her husband and mine, she has been supportive, while her husband pretended, in her words, to be, but instead has asked my husband for advice while at work and expressed how he isn't comfortable about it. And my husband has supposedly been trying to comfort him and give him advice on how to fix him despite his wife. The messages she sent me showed them talking about it and ideas to talk to him one-on-one without the wife, along with how they're trying to get together sometime outside of work to discuss it over dinner or something. I never knew my husband felt this way before this situation, but I was able to call Louise and apologise and try to comfort her to the best of my ability. although not knowing her well, and she feels incredibly hurt and lied to by all of this, and I want to help her to the best of my ability, as well as her son if possible, in any way. She said that she hasn't talked to her husband yet, but that she's considered talking to him with one of her parents since she doesn't think she can do it by herself. And I told her that I'm disgusted with my husband, just like she was, but from a different perspective of not having kids yet and not wanting to have kids with someone who thinks like this. First of all, comment down below, guys. What do you reckon? Who is worse here? This woman's husband, who is secretly not very comfortable about the fact that his son is gay and is asking for advice, or OP's husband, who is saying, don't worry, it's alright, we can fix him? I'm pretty sure it's the latter. I mean, they're both not great, but the latter, wow. Back to it. As of right now, I'm still trying to digest all of this emotionally, but I can't express just how angry I am at my husband, and I don't want to be with him anymore because of it. Yeah, that's absolutely fair enough. However, outside of my selfish ambitions, she told me everything yesterday, and I'm yet to confront my husband because Louise said that she's not sure how she wants to go about it yet. And despite it being hard for me not to bring it up, I don't want to jeopardize her in any way and make things harder, since this is about her safety and her son first and foremost, and whatever she feels best to do in her timing. But before I do anything, I want to ask what I should do and when with everything she provided on my end to support her. I'm strongly considering divorce, since I don't want kids with someone who thinks like this, but I first most want to help her and support her in her timing. But she doesn't know what she wants to do yet, and to be honest, it's kind of hard to sit on everything she told me and not confront him. But just thinking about her safety and her son's keeps me grounded, and I just want advice on what to do here moving forward. A quick edit here as well. In the messages between my husband and Edward that she showed me, my husband said that if it were his son, he'd, quote, set him straight, and mentioned punishing him by taking away privileges and not taking him to sports until he changes his mind, along with suggesting that they go to dinner to talk about it outside of work, and about Edward's wife too, since he wasn't thrilled with how open she was to it. Wow. I mean, yeah, like, you just gotta divorce him for that. If you're gonna have kids, and this is a really important thing to you, I mean, even if you're not gonna have kids, like, it's just such a horrible way of thinking that I would just divorce anyway. But imagine you have a son or a daughter, and your husband's like, actually, I don't really want them to be gay. And then when they come out, if they are gay, because I feel like this husband would have a problem with any child of his that wasn't straight, no matter what they were. I think at that point you'd be like, well, I don't want this guy to be my kid's father. So therefore, if you're going to have kids, you've got to divorce him. Okay, now 2 weeks later, we got the following update. When I wrote my last post, I was struggling with how I should tell my husband without putting Louise or her son in danger, since Louise said that she was afraid to tell Edward because of his tendency to get upset over meaningless things, and she was scared of how he could react. I was concerned that if I talked to my husband, he would send Edward a text that could completely blindside Louise. But since my last post, I spoke to Louise again. That's a good point, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's a tough spot for you, but I think you were right. You had to let Louise do whatever she was going to do first, and only then, for the safety of her and her child, could you then confront your husband. I think that's the right way of doing things, but I agree with you, like, very hard to sit on that information and be like, well, I know my husband's homophobic, but I just have to pretend that everything's normal. Anyway, I told her that it was hard to not address him with the news she told me, and she said that she had since spoken to her parents about it, and that it would be fine for me to address him since they would be helping her tell her husband alongside her. She also talked about how Edward pretended to be supportive, but that she felt hurt to know that he lied. I told her that I also felt lied to in a different sense, since my husband said that he would be fine with any orientation that our children could have when we talked about potential kids, only for him to be someone else completely at work. But still, I wanted to talk to him myself, since a part of me hoped that maybe it was just an act. But even if it was, I wouldn't know how to trust him and really know for sure. That did just cross my mind, and I had to sort of second guess myself a little bit there, because I was thinking, well, there's how you feel in real life, and then there's work chat with guys, but that's not the sort of thing that you'd like joke around with. And also, anything that you say with anyone, you have to actually mean it, I feel like. Like, just because you're around, maybe it's like a laddie culture or something. By the way, I'm not like saying this makes it all right. I'm just trying to understand what might have happened. Maybe it's a laddie culture at work, And then your husband's been like, oh, don't worry, we can fix him, as like a bit of a joke when he doesn't actually mean it. First of all, that makes no sense. Secondly, if you're saying that in the first place, then you mean it. Like, you wouldn't say that as a joke, really, would you? I'm trying to find some solace in this for OP and think maybe there's a way this has been taken out of context, but it's like a private conversation between two people at work. And even if it wasn't, and it was like funny or, I don't know, meant to be dark humor or something, it isn't funny, is it? So yeah, I think this is the end. When I spoke to him and showed the emails Louise sent, he didn't deny the messages that she included, but said that I was wrong to talk to her before him and that he never went through my things. And I thought about that hard. I could have talked to him first, but I chose to call Louise because I was afraid of him telling Edward and blindsiding Louise before she was ready. However, he said that wasn't an excuse and that we come first. But when I asked how he could say what he did in those messages and tell me that he was supportive of our potential children having a different orientation, he said that, quote, I'm probably not the woman he thought he married when I'm at work. What a disgusting statement that is. And that I'm being controlling by questioning his work behavior. And he said that he didn't know if he could trust me either, and that he wanted space between us for a bit. When I asked him straight up what he meant in the messages and his stance on it, he said that Louise was stupid to support him and that he's tired of how overblown gender topics are. He also said that the boy only did it because it was popular and that he probably doesn't get it and will regret it one day. Okay. By the way, just for the record, I didn't try and stand up for this guy with what I said before. I was just trying to find maybe like there was a way in which he'd been pushed into saying something he didn't really mean as a joke, trying to fit in with guys at work that aren't like him. No, I think we're past that point now. Wow. When I asked him what he meant by wanting space, he said he would inquire about staying with his brother, and I was considering staying with my parents before he said that. But as of right now, he's staying at his brother's, and I've been at my parents' for the past couple of days, and they have been supportive and open to hearing me vent. Lately, I've been second-guessing myself a lot, and my dad says it's because my husband tried to shift the blame on me, along with how his real self came out when he wasn't around me. And mum said that he had a lack of character. I still want divorce because I still want to have children, but I don't feel like I can have it with him because trust is shattered. But I'm also afraid that I'll never get married again. But I'm not going to let that pressure me into staying. It's worth saying OP is 26 and her husband is only 28. That's like my age. I don't have a wife, so you'll be fine. I'm sure of it. I mean, like, the fact that you're already married at 26 is relatively early, I would suggest, in these days. I mean, depends where you are in the world, but in the Western world, 26 being married, pretty early, I would say. So don't worry, you've got like loads of time to find someone else. Like, your age is not a reason to stay with somebody ever. Let me make that abundantly clear. My husband, on the other hand, has turned to social media to talk about me being unfaithful, among other things that aren't true at all. And I feel like he's just trying to get out ahead of it. My parents are already helping me with a lawyer, but for the emotional stuff, how do I cope with the fear of never getting married again or being looked down on by other people or friends who don't know yet, along with the doubts that always creep in? You just have to think to yourself that these are inevitable and there's nothing you can do about it, but it's always going to happen. Like, I know I've just said what I've said, and logically, of course, it makes sense. But if you're actually in this situation, then yeah, like, you're fine to have these thoughts, but they will pass. And all that will happen is you'll probably be single for a couple of years maximum. Then you'll find someone and you'll be like, wow, why on earth did I waste time on my ex? Like it's easy to say from the outside looking in. It just is what's going to happen. You're 26. Well, that is young. Younger than me. Okay, now let's get into the final update, which came a year later. July the 8th, 2022. The original post was June the 22nd, 2021. Again, like all these stories, I never really read ahead because I don't want it to get spoiled for me. I just sort of check that it looks good and is a good length for an episode. So I hope, like you guys probably do as well, that there's a good conclusion to this and that they have broken up and OP's found someone else. But let's see. A couple of months ago, I wrote about my husband who gave advice to a co-worker behind his wife's back on how to make their gay son straight. I've since divorced him, but the kid has passed away. That sentence, I was like that, and then I was like that. That's shocking. Okay. I honestly wasn't sure if I wanted to come back and write this, but I'm not sure I could go without it too. The past couple of months have been a lot emotionally, but long story short, there was more going on at the time of my original post than I thought, and I think it's important to add. But before I do, I'll add some context from before. My ex-husband works an office job and we never had kids together. A couple of months back, I received an email from the wife, Louise, of an employee that my husband worked with, and the email included messages between my husband and her husband, Edward, regarding her son, Jake, 14, who recently came out as gay. Louise was supportive of her son, but Edward vented to my husband at work while pretending to be supportive at home. However, he did more than just vent. My husband did more than blindly agree with him. He said that if it were his son, he'd punish him in ways that would challenge his decision by pulling him out of sports and limiting him to only girls' sports, along with removing friends until he got his act together. In addition to that, they also talked about Louise and how Edward was disappointed by her support for Jake, and my husband offered to go out to dinner to discuss Louise and fix him behind her back by talking to Jake away from her on various drives among other things, and he even recommended a father-son weekend away to work on him. They also used derogatory words in the messages that Louise shared, and after reading everything, I decided to confront my husband, but not before Louise was ready for the following reasons. Edward had cut off a lot of support from Louise's corner, and when we talked over the phone after the email she sent me, she said that she was yet to tell her parents for support, and I tried to put off on immediately confronting my husband in case he'd message Edward and blindside her before she was ready. It was hard to sit on it, and I did for a few days, but I figured it was easier for me to do that than risk putting them in danger before she was ready. But when I did confront my husband, after she got her parents involved and a plan, he was less than pleased. I told him about the email and the messages I saw too, along with how my husband once said he'd be fine with any orientation that our future children took, and he did not refuse that the messages were indeed his. However, he said I was wrong to talk to Louise before talking to him and that we come first. He also said his job was his personal space and that he didn't like me snooping around in it. Finally, he said that I'm probably not the woman he married when I'm at work, and in my last post I said that that hurt the most. He also said Louise was stupid to support Jake because of how overblown gender topics and LGBTQ are, along with how Jake probably did it for attention and will regret it one day. After that conversation, he said he was going to stay at his brother's and I planned to stay elsewhere too. He didn't put up a fight and I went to stay with my parents, but that conversation was when I decided on divorce, and he eventually said that he wanted divorce too. So, what's happened since? I want to explain what I said at the top about how there was more going on at the time that I knew about, so I'll do it now. Edward had already enacted his plan of taking Jake to hang out and try to convert him one-on-one before talking to my husband, and she only found out after coming across their messages a few weeks after he had already started, Louise that is. He also told Jake to not tell her about it, but she had a hard time getting Jake to tell her everything that happened when they were alone, and that included a therapist who she got to talk to him along with pride resources that would encourage him. However, the reason I'm returning to this is because Jake has passed away, and he passed while Louise and Edward were still in the stages of their divorce. I had the chance to meet with Louise in person, as well as her son once too, and she told me that her parents were fully on her side and assisting her in the divorce process. Edward wasn't thrilled that she emailed me their messages, but she had her parents there when she talked to him. She also said that she had a hard time telling Jake about the divorce, but I want to make the last part of this about him. Jake took his own life, and Louise said she felt responsible for his death and has been really hard on herself. She also said that she was never able to find out everything that happened between Jake and Edward when they were alone, and that goes for the therapist too. She is currently trying to investigate Edward with help from her parents and a lawyer. But in regards to Jake, I want to say this. I don't think I will ever be able to move on, and part of that is because I feel disgusted at myself for even associating with someone who played a part in this in my ex-husband. It's been hard to do anything on some days since finding out, and I've even been prescribed prescriptions to help me lately as well. It's been even harder on Louise and her parents, but when I asked if there was anything I could do to potentially help remember him, she said that she wants to encourage others to keep fighting so that the same doesn't happen to others too. And that is what also made me want to write this. Not because it's something that will brighten up your day, but because it's something that you need to hear. She wants to ensure that this happens to no one else, regardless of their gender orientation. So, after some time, she's planning on getting involved in her community. Not just LGBTQ groups, but groups that help children in general. She doesn't know when, and she's still going through a lot, but she wants to, really soon. As for whoever reads this, I won't tell you how to perceive it. I believe the strongest conviction comes from oneself and not what they're told. I just wanted to share how she's trying to move on, and she knows that I'm sharing this too. To everyone who commented, I can't tell you how much your words of comfort and advice have been received in the previous posts. Louise is now my friend, and I hope we'll be able to be friends for a long time. She's going through a lot, but I believe she'll come out stronger. Thank you to everyone who took the time to read this, and I truly wish you all nothing but the best. Okay, wow, there we go. That is the end of that one. As I said, and you'll know this if you listen and watch me a lot, I don't read ahead because I don't want to know what's happened, like you guys. Sometimes that leads to like great moments and great stories. Other times it leads to stories like this that are just deeply sad. But I think the only thing that we can do as readers and listeners of this post is just do what OP and Louise want us to do and never let this happen to anyone again. I genuinely felt like as I was reading that, I was getting a sort of, I felt roused in a way to ensure that this didn't happen again. I don't know if you guys felt that as well, but like it really does hit home when someone that's been through something like this wants to make sure, like, give their life to this not happening again, and wants people to talk about it, wants everyone to know what happened, etc., so that other people don't take their own lives. Yeah, just like horrible, really. A few themes there. I mean, obviously we have like the obvious one, but I also want to talk about like people who hide their moral beliefs from the people they marry. That is I've never really thought much about it, but like the fact that OP didn't know this about her husband, and I assume Louise didn't know this about Edward before they married or had kids, is like crazy, because this has been a thing for them the entire time, I'm sure. Like they've known this, haven't they, these men? But their wives had no idea. I mean, OP literally asked her husband, or ex-husband now, do you care about having children that aren't straight? He said, no, absolutely not. He was just lying. How can you combat that? What was there to do to get around that, to stop that? I don't think there is anything you can do, which is deeply troubling. But yeah, very sad end to that story. I mean, very sad story overall. I just hope that there is some sort of justice, because like you can't say Jake unalived himself because of his dad, but obviously that was a huge factor. So like, can the law not get involved? I don't know. Maybe it's too technical. Let me know in the comments down below if you know more than me on that. My fiance left me for the one that got away, but now wants me back. This was originally posted back in November 2015. My fiance and I had been together 3 years. I am a 24-year-old woman and he is a 27-year-old man. He was my first boyfriend. We laughed, cried, worried, and were happy together. Our families had mixed really well. Our mums became close friends really fast. He was my best friend, my confidant, my support, my comfort. I looked at him and could see our future together. God, I'm even crying remembering one time we took a blanket, went outside, and looked up at the stars like in some book. I never thought something like this could happen to me. The man I loved could have never done anything like that to me. It all started about 2 months ago. His ex, his high school sweetheart, they were together 7 years, moved back to our country and wanted to catch up with Mark. He told me they broke up because they were unable to sustain a long-distance relationship when she left to pursue postgraduate studies. They hadn't been in contact for about 5 years. She sent him an email. He showed it to me, and it was completely platonic. She was just curious about what he'd become. He asked me if he could meet her, and I said yes. I trusted him. So, he went. But when he came back, he was a bit withdrawn. He's usually really chatty, but he was dismissive when I asked him how it went, etc. I let it go. However, the following weeks, he was often on his phone. He picked random fights with me and didn't look me in the eyes when we had sex. He didn't whisper loving words either. I'm really touchy and clingy, and in our 3 years together, he'd never once recoiled or refused my embrace, but he started doing it. I usually hug him like a koala when he comes back home from work. I'm a bit childish, I know, but he only let me do it twice. It was such a sudden change. I asked him what was wrong, but he just said he wasn't feeling too good nowadays. On a Saturday, I went to visit his grandma, as we usually knit together. She taught me, and I was gone the whole day. I feel really close to her because she adopted me easily and reminds me of my own, who died when I was in high school. When I came back, I found him packing his stuff. My whole world fell apart. He was being so cowardly. He told me he was sorry for making me suffer like this, but sometimes life gives you a second chance and you have to recognize it for what it is. That he loved me, but when he met his ex, he realized the feelings weren't the same. He said he regretted letting go of her, that he'd found himself again, that it had been a difficult choice for him, but he had to take this chance. His ex wanted him back. She had realized what she'd lost and risked losing for good when he told her he was getting married. He supposedly refused her at first, but as time passed and they talked together, his old feelings came back. He hoped I would forgive him one day and understand. I cried as he was talking. It sounds stupid, but it was as if it was a stranger in front of me. He said he would still pay rent and part of the bills until our lease was up and I can find another place. He makes a lot more than me, and I wouldn't be able to afford living in our apartment on my own. I begged him not to make this mistake, that he was being fooled by an idealized memory of their past together, that he was having cold feet. But he was like a wall, he didn't even look at me. At about 10 PM, there was a truck outside with one of his friends waiting for him. He apparently came to help him move. I wasn't really close with that particular friend, but he did seem sorry for me. Mark hugged me goodbye and left. I hadn't cried that hard in years. I slept in our spare room, not to feel the emptiness of our room with his things gone. I sunk to the deepest pathetic and tried to call him, but it went to voicemail. I had no idea where he went, but I assumed he was now living with his ex after 3 weeks of talking again. How ridiculous. I'm really lucky to have supportive friends and family. My best friend even moved in for 5 days. My parents wanted me back home with them, but I wasn't ready to leave. Mark is a bit messy and I'm a manic, so it felt weird having everything perfectly neat. I missed his messiness. It was as if he was the one making our house a home. He used to joke about me wanting the house to look like it was on sale or in a catalogue. Not waking up to make breakfast, not seeing him read lying on the sofa while I studied, felt weird. Not buying his favourite snack or powder proteins when doing groceries felt weird. I felt really lost at first. It was like grieving. Usually when people break up, their relationship was going south, but to me it came out of nowhere. I still loved him. I was still planning the wedding and working on my side to build our future together. It was all gone in a day. I wish I'd been smarter and refused that he meet his one that got away. His family was dumbfounded. I still went to see his grandma, and she told me that he was a fool, that he'd come back crawling to me. She was the first person who managed to make me laugh. His mum, my mum, and I started making calls to cancel all reservations. Luckily, the store accepted to take back the dress. We didn't pay much for the location as we cancelled early. Next was to inform the guests. He'd been gone for about 3 weeks then. His family was furious with him, so they didn't contact him much. The only contact I had with him was the signed check he made to cover the wedding cancellation. However, about a week ago, I received a letter from him. He apologised for leaving me like this, said he made the biggest mistake of his life, that he couldn't even believe what he had done, that he was writing me this letter because he didn't have the courage to face me. "You were right," it reads. "I was running after a perfect relationship that had never existed. I regret it so much. I thought I was in love with her, but in reality I was in love with what she represented, my younger self with no responsibility and only dreams. I had cold feet and got afraid of moving forward into this new segment of my life. I couldn't stop thinking about you when I was with her. She is not you. She doesn't know me or love me like you. She doesn't smell like you. I missed hearing you sing randomly throughout the day. I missed having someone nagging me to pick up my stuff. I missed planning Halloween parties for the kids with you. At the time I'm writing this letter, we would have probably been decoration shopping had I not been a fool. Everyone told me, but I was being a blind fool. I would do anything to go back in the past and slap some sense into myself. I would do anything for you to forgive me. I know we've already started cancelling everything, but I'm ready to pay for everything myself. You can date someone else to even scores if you want, as long as you come back to me." How about that for a final line? Wow. I would write out the whole letter, OP continues now, but I'm on my iPad and it's tiring. I just said the important parts. He kept on with the apologies and begging me to forgive him. Now, I told my family, left my friends out for the moment, and his mum and grandma what he'd said. His grandma had a very satisfying told you so moment. However, she is rooting for me to forgive him. His mum was supposed to send a formal letter to guests to tell them the wedding was off, but now she's waiting for my answer. I don't know what to do. I love him with all my heart, but what he did to me, I don't know if I can get over it. He made me feel worthless. He threw me away as if I was no one to him after 3 years. He gave up on us for some ghosts from his past when we were at our happiest. If he can leave me when we're doing good, how will we sustain a marriage? Will he leave the moment things get hard? He hurt me so badly and expects me to forgive him. He wants us to meet on Sunday, but I'm not sure I'm willing to. I need some perspective. What would you do in my situation? Wow. Okay, let's jump straight into the comments before we get to the first of 2 updates on this story. Somebody asked, just a thought, how do you know that the old girlfriend didn't call it off, sending him back to pick up the pieces? Definitely don't be second choice. The right people don't need second chances. You deserve much more. OP replied, it's true, I still have no idea where he is currently or if he still lives with her, but honestly, I don't think I should even care to clarify. You guys have let it down really well for me, and I can even see things I hadn't considered with what he did. I want to just answer, please do not contact me again and be done. However, I don't know if that's proper. Someone else said, do not take him back. Tell him, sorry, life isn't giving you a second chance at this. Then find someone who will never, ever crush you like that. OP replied, I know this is the smartest thing to do, but I'm having a hard time doing it. I'm even trying to rationalize his actions, but I guess it would be best to just separate for good. Someone else then replied to this saying, do you want to spend a lifetime with a man who's always thinking the grass is greener in other pastures? Temporary pain is better than a lifetime of worry. And OP replied to this saying, I know deep inside that going back to him would be stupid. A part of me still loves him, and I got used to having his family in my life. But I need to move on for my own good. I definitely can find someone who wouldn't do this to me. I should be glad this happened before the wedding, but it was so unlike him that it's making me doubt. I need to reconcile the image I have of him with what his actions have showed me he is. I think OP has summed it up pretty well there at the end. This is not someone that you want to be with, and I agree with that comment, right? If someone's going to leave you like this at the drop of a hat, seemingly everything is going really well, you're about to get married and they're gone, yeah, you're going to have that on your conscience for the rest of your life if you are with that person. And on top of that, yeah, I do further agree. Like, things are going well right now. What about if things are going badly? Surely they are more likely to leave in that scenario, right? Like, I get it. It's probably extremely tough because the man you love, yeah, he's effed up very, very badly. But then he's saying to you, I'm sorry, I made such a mistake. Please take me back. And you still love him, of course. So it's hard to just be like, no, I'm moving on. But you have to do that. You really do. For your own sake. Okay, now let's get into the update. This came 6 days later. I didn't plan on updating, or at least not so soon, but I have another problem. I'm really thankful to everyone who answered and comforted me. You guys gave me the strength to look forward and not make a decision based on nostalgia. I felt really alone in my pain, but thanks to you, I felt a little less lonely. So, Mark wanted to meet on Sunday, but I unblocked him from my phone and told him I didn't want to meet and to please not contact me anymore. He answered, please, baby, I need to talk to you. Can we meet another day? I know I effed up really bad and hurt you deeply, but I'll do anything to make it up to you. Anything you ask, I'll do it. Needless to say, it just angered me more. How dare he use terms of endearment with me? I just blocked him again after that. I met his mum on Saturday and told her to proceed with the notification of cancellation. We had an emotional moment, and she told me, even though she would have really wanted us to stay one big family, she would have done the same in my place. That's a good woman right there. Despite the fact that her son is her son, she still realizes that he is massively effed up and, yeah, doesn't deserve to be with OP, which is a great thing to accept and to actually say to OP, I think. So yeah, fair play to Mark's mum. She had hoped I would find the strength to forgive him, but she understands. And so the wedding is indeed still being cancelled. I mean, that is actually very refreshing. The amount of parents who do not care what their children have done, and sometimes it's absolutely disgusting what they've done, and they still back them just because they are their parents, is sometimes quite worrying. This is, as I said, refreshing. My poor brother. I told him personally. Had already bought his plane tickets from Australia, but he did get a refund. I rearranged all the furniture in the house and bought new bedding sets to make a new start, and I moved to the spare room for good. It looks really different, and I like it. Apparently, he told our friends because some brought it up to me, asking if we're getting back together, but they said they didn't want to side. On Sunday evening, I had a visitor. I never have people coming this late usually. It was around 9 p.m. When I went to look through the peephole, I saw Mark with his ex. What? I seriously had a moment of panic. He must still have the key for the main entry since he managed to get to my door without using the intercom. I don't know if it was a cowardly thing to do, but I just chose not to open. No, that's the right thing to do. I know they knew I was there, and I heard him ask me to please let him in, that he just wanted to talk through the door. Honestly, even though I feel better, I don't think I'm emotionally stable enough to deal with him, and especially him with his ex. They stayed for about 15 minutes, and then they left. I thought we'd get the message, but they came again yesterday around the same time, and I didn't open again. They waited even longer. I know I'm not being an adult. I would disagree with that so strongly. Do not open the door under any circumstances. What is he doing coming, first of all, and then with his ex as well? Or I don't even know if they are together or whatever. Like, what is going on there? That is insane. So now I don't know what to do. I feel nervous in my own house because I dread the moment they'll come back. He knows my schedule, and he came at the time where I usually come back from my Zumba class. However, yesterday was a holiday, so we didn't have that class. I'm afraid he'll come again, and I don't think I can face him. So what should I do? I know I can't run away forever, but I need more time. Is this worth calling the police over? I fear it would make the problem bigger than it is and hurt our family relations. Our mums are really close, and really, he's not dangerous, I think. He didn't contact me enough for it to be considered harassment anyway. Should I just be a big girl and open the next time he or they come, or do I wait it out? Also, why the heck is he bringing her? I am curious, but I want to stand by my decision. Once again, jumping straight to the comments here. What on earth? Someone said, make use of his family connections. Call his mum. Explain that he has dropped by and that you want him to stop. Tell her that he's come by your place twice already, but you didn't want to talk to him or let him in. Tell her that he is not welcome to come by your home. If there's a third visit, you'll be forced to pursue a restraining order, and you would rather not have to go that road. It's also worth mentioning that he was with the girl when he dropped by. My bet is that he thinks you talking to her will persuade you that there is nothing between them. He likely thinks the reason you won't take him back is because you do not believe that their relationship is over. The reality is that you will never take him back because he's shattered the trust. His current relationship status has zero bearing on that shattered trust. Also, move. Start the process of finding a new apartment. If you're locked into a lease, talk with your landlord and explain that you have an ex who keeps coming around even after he's been told not to. Lots of landlords have more than one apartment building and might be able to accommodate you moving into another of their units. My dad owns a few buildings and has done exactly this on more than one occasion. Opie replied, I cannot pursue a restraining order on him as it's his house, and for the moment he's done nothing illegal. I could talk to his mum, but I doubt he would listen honestly, and I don't want to drag her into this business. I can see how he would think it might help, but honestly, just imagining having to sit with them both makes me feel uncomfortable. I would have to look at them and think about what they did to my life, and it would just cause me distress. My landlord isn't exactly the friendly type, so I don't know if I can bring personal issues like this as a reason. Most likely he would ask for a meeting with the both of us, and in the best case, it would take about 3 months, as that's the minimum time required to notify our landlord about our desire to end the lease earlier before we can move. I do definitely need to look for a new apartment though. Someone replied to this saying, no, her lunatic son is her business and he's harassing you, and legally you say you can't call the cops on him, so what is your recourse? Let her know that her idiot son keeps being idiotic and she should try to help him out before he goes far enough that you do have legal recourse. Opie replied, I mean that he's a grown man and his mum has her own things to attend to. Honestly, she is already taking time to help me cancel the wedding, so I feel bad about asking more from her, and I don't want to touch their relationship by involving her in this ex-couple fight. I'll try talking with her, but when he first left, he didn't consider his family's opinion. I guess I'm just worried about having my problems affect other people. Yeah, but your ex is coming to the place you live with the girl that he left you for. That is just disgusting. You have to get people involved. Someone else said, Can you stay with your family or a friend for a few weeks until he gives up? Since you said his name is still on the lease, I suspect you can't call the police on him or legally bar him from stopping by, but you can make sure you aren't there to deal with it. You could ask a very trusted, close friend to house sit for you while you stay elsewhere. If he stops by again, they tell him to F off and leave you alone, and you won't have to. Don't beat yourself up for not answering. Honestly, I think that's a mature decision given the circumstances. You're recognizing that you just don't have the emotional energy to deal with it right now. P.S. Why the F is he bringing his ex with him? The age-old question. OP replied, I don't want to inconvenience people, so I'll probably go and live with my parents. However, I live close to my workplace, and having to do all that just to avoid him is so upsetting. I looked into the laws concerning harassment where I live, and for the moment, he doesn't qualify. He only came twice to a house that's in his name anyway. I really have no idea why he's bringing his ex. I was so surprised, it makes no sense. It's making me curious, too, and a part of me wants to hear what he has to say, but it would probably not do any good to my resolve. And then finally somebody said, Grandma is wiser than most people on this Reddit combined. Tell her your honest fears and reservations. Let her talk to him for you, then take her advice after all of that. OP said, I really want to talk to her to be honest, but I'm postponing it the most I can. I don't want to face the reality that I'll have to tell her we might not be able to keep our relationship as I'm not returning with her grandson. Wow, I mean, pretty brutal. But again, the one saving grace in this story is that Mark's mum and grandma sound like very sensible people and you're close with them. So yeah, I agree with all of this. Use those family connections. Okay, now there is one more update to this one. This comes 4.5 years later, by the way. A huge jump now to September 2020. So this is going to be the conclusion. My fiance broke our engagement off when his high school girlfriend moved to our city. They quickly got engaged, married, and had a baby before it had even been a year. Whoa. Okay, we have just jumped straight into that. So that is what happened next. They got engaged, married, and had a baby before it had even been a year. Wow. I was so blindsided and hurt. I don't think I ever really got over my ex, which is why I'm making this post to get some outside insight. And I repeat, this is 4.5 years later now. My ex reached out a few days ago to catch up. He claimed he regretted breaking up with me 2 months after he did, but because his ex-wife was pregnant at the time, he felt he owed it to his son to try and make it work. He said their relationship quickly fell apart when he realized his ex wasn't looking for a life partner, but someone to financially support her. He said the financial issues is what finally led to their divorce. They've been divorced for 6 months and have 2 children together. According to him, his ex regularly tries to get back together with him, but he doesn't want her. He ended up asking me if I was willing to give him a second chance. In some ways, my ex has become my one who got away, and I probably would have jumped at the chance to get back with him a few months ago. However, I've recently been talking to this guy, and while we aren't official or anything, we did go on a date 2 weeks ago, which went really well. I feel like it could progress into something good, and I don't know if my ex is worth losing it over. I'd appreciate any advice on what to do in this situation. What on earth have I just read there? This is like, we're sort of back at square one in a way, like it's cyclical. I just have to sort of understand what I've just read there, genuinely. Because, what? There are like multiple things to unpack. First of all, you saying that until a few months ago, and again, this is 4.5 years later, you would have taken him back because he has become the one that got away for you in the way that his high school girlfriend was the one that got away for him. That, I think, alone is I don't know if it's crazy. I mean, it's pretty sad, but like, it's crazy that it's been 4 years and you still haven't really got over him or moved on at all. Maybe that's to be expected. I mean, it was the man you loved, you were going to get married to, and yeah, maybe that actually isn't that abnormal, to be fair, at all. It's just sad, ultimately. The next thing is that he married his ex and had a baby before it had even been a year. So that means that almost as soon as they met up again, for the first time in years, when you said, yeah, it's okay, go and meet her, if it's platonic, whatever, they did the deed and then had a baby that year. Like, that again is mental. And then on top of that, all this stuff about her only really wanting to be with him for financial reasons, and the fact that he felt like he had to stay with her sort of for the kid or kids, that sort of proves his original point, which was, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you for my ex because the grass isn't always greener, and I didn't know what I was losing until it was gone. Like, that doesn't sound like a very fun life now. I mean, his ex / his now wife doesn't want to be with him, and what I assume, well, no, it is his ex because they've been divorced for 6 months. So yeah, even though she's trying to get back with him. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a weird story, and I feel like for Mark, this is what should have happened to him. He should now have a worse life, and he should learn his lesson that you shouldn't forgo what you have for something else that seems maybe better, but you ultimately have no idea what it's going to be like at all. And yeah, it's not been good. 2 kids and a divorce. Well done. For you though, OP, I don't know, I just feel bad. Like, 4 years on, and you're still potentially thinking about taking back a man that like ruined your life and left you at the drop of a hat for his ex-girlfriend. That's tough. That really is. I mean, obviously, the only advice I can possibly give you is do not take him back. Simple as that. I am a 28-year-old woman, and my significant other is a 28-year-old man. Now, he cheated on me with my stepsister, who is 27, and she is pregnant with his kid. The original post for this one came all the way back in July of 2015. He, Adam, says he was drunk. We've been together for 10 years and finally got engaged and planning on getting married in a year and starting a family in a few years. And she, Betty, took advantage of him the first time. Adam doesn't have an excuse for the handful of other times they slept together over a 3-month period. It's not a good start. I knew she was pregnant. I've already been roped by my mum into co-hosting the baby shower with my other stepsister, Claire, who's 30. I don't know if it's shock or what, but I'm so freaking glad I haven't given Claire my share for the expensive jogging stroller we're getting Betty, or my half of the baby shower cost. Betty told everyone the father is an ex-boyfriend who doesn't want anything to do with her or the kid. She makes a ton of money, she'd be fine as a single mother, and my mum would help a ton, since she's retired and bored and wants a Duggar family's worth of grandchildren. Adam confessed everything because his dad walked out on him and his mum when he was a toddler, so he wants to be a father to his child, but still be with me because he loves me and made a mistake. I told him to get the F out of my apartment. Thank F we don't live together right now. We've lived together previously, but his mum wasn't doing well, so he moved in with her. His mum is fine now, so apparently he used his newfound free time to screw my stepsister. Although a bunch of his stuff is at my apartment because he was supposed to be moving in like a month and was bringing stuff over slowly. Anyway, he called my mum and told her who the real father of Betty's baby is, just because she's my mother and she'll listen to me cry. But she freaking knew already, Reddit. Apparently, in a fit of sadness over missing her deceased mother, who died when she was like 2, Betty told my mother. They all, my mum, Claire, and my stepfather, have freaking known for months. Months! Meanwhile, I'm over here killing myself trying to find the perfect floral arrangement for the tables for Betty's baby shower because I'm trying to be all sisterly and whatever and being the bigger person because sure as heck, Betty wouldn't put half as much effort into my baby shower if I were having one and she was hosting or co-hosting it. Or half as much money, even though she makes a load more than me. My own mother couldn't fricking tell me that my fricking fiance fathered my fricking stepsister's fricking baby. Goodness me. Okay, it seems like OP has just found out about this and is posting sort of imminently afterwards. But yeah, her entire family already knew and have known for months. She continues. No, in fact, my mum guilt-tripped me into being a co-host for the baby shower as soon as she found out Betty was pregnant. I think before she found out Adam was the father. I think. Mum, apparently, well, the general gist is she wants us all to get along and be a family, and it doesn't matter about the past. It just matters about the new life in the family. She knows I'm upset and hurt, but I need to work on my relationships with Adam, since we've been together 10 years and I wouldn't want to throw that away over a mistake, and Betty, since we're sisters and have been since we were kids, and figure out how to be the bigger person and put my feelings aside for the sake of the kid and our family. Yeah, easier said than done, Mum. I've always been the bigger person with Betty. From the very moment we were first introduced at the tender ages of 10 and 9, and she refused to give me my favourite stuffed animal back. And even then, Mum felt bad for her and let her get away with being a brat, and she got to take Mrs. Snuffles home while I had to suck it up and be the bigger person. She probably still has poor Mrs. Snuffles in some box in my mum and stepfather's attic, a trophy for her first of many victories over me. I hung up on my mother, and here I am posting on Reddit. Okay, yeah, this is fresh. I don't want to be Betty's kid's stepmother. I don't think I can forgive Adam. He knows what Betty's like and how our relationship is. Heck, I don't even know if I can forgive my mum, and she's like my mum. She was a great mother, one of my best friends. The only wrong things about her was her nasty habit of pitying Betty and letting her get away with murder, and her rubbish knitting that she always gives as gifts. I don't know how she can justify this betrayal in any way. It wasn't me that screwed up 10 years of a relationship, or mine and Betty's supposed sisterly bond. It was them. Maybe I should talk to her and ask if someone slipped crazy pills in her food the last few months, or maybe she's getting early dementia or something. I don't know. I keep looking at the text message from Claire that she sent me way too freaking early this morning, asking when I was giving her my share of the $800 jogging stroller we're getting Betty, and my share of the baby shower costs that's going to be worth a trashy Craigslist car. Okay, let's jump straight into a very quick edit that OP left, saying, is it wrong to reply telling her to go and screw herself? Because I did. We put all the rubbish on her credit cards, and she's in school and working a terrible retail job, and I feel bad for leaving her a huge debt of $3,000, but I keep telling myself she can return the stroller, cancel the stuff, sell the stuff that can't be returned, and probably my stepdad and mum will help her with the rest. Another edit. I mass texted our friends, telling them that Adam was a cheating idiot who was Betty's baby daddy. We've been together so long that all our friends are friends with us both. The only people I'm friends with who aren't friends with him too are basically just acquaintances that I don't feel comfortable talking about this with. Then I turned my phone off. I swear to God, if any of them knew or take his side, what if all of them knew? God. Tomorrow, my mum's out of the house at her weekly volunteering gig, and I'm going to go over to their house. I have a key, but chances are if my stepdad is home, he'll let me in and go back to watching TV. Great man. My stepsisters got a woman who tried to mother them without replacing their mother and overcompensating like heck. I got a dude that will occasionally nod at me and sometimes give me a deal on rent when the family plays Monopoly. I've got stuff in the attic that I was keeping there until I had a house of my own. Plus, I want to find Mrs. Snuffles. Oh, and I'm going to raid my mum's jewelry box, which sounds bad, I know, but I'll only take the stuff my grandmother left me, I promise. I was letting my mum borrow it because I felt bad that my grandma willed it all to me and skipped her, mum's an only child, and I figured I'd just get it back when my mum died in 40 years. Which I'll freely admit is freaking stupid of me because I could just see Betty whining that she didn't have any grandmothers to leave her jewelry and that isn't fair, and probably my grandma knew what she was doing, leaving it to me instead. I wish she was alive. She'd tear my mum a new one. Hopefully, everything will be there and she won't be wearing anything. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I want it just in case. I don't think she'd give any of it to Betty or Claire or anything, but I also didn't think she'd freaking betray me like this. So, it's my jewelry. She's borrowing it indefinitely. I just kind of figured I'd let her keep it until she died because it was her mum's, but it's mine. I can't trust her not to give any of it to Claire or Betty, and I don't want to have to talk to her if I decide to never speak to her again, so I'm getting it tomorrow. We both know it's mine. It's not stealing to decide not to loan it to her anymore. It means a lot to me, so I'm for sure getting it. Goodness me. OP is on one. She then says, thank you for all your comments and advice so far. I'm going to go to bed and see what tomorrow brings me. Hopefully all my jewelry, Mrs. Snuffles, and messages from every one of my friends saying they're never speaking to Adam again because he's an idiot. They won't forgive me if I take him back, and none of them had any idea. Now you might be thinking, that's it for the original post. No, there's one more edit. I'm a really bad person, OP says. I texted Betty, I hope your baby is born with Down syndrome, which will be an interesting combination with the fetal alcohol syndrome it's got a 90% chance of having since you drink more than your mother ever dreamed of drinking. And then I followed that up with a text calling her a C word, and then another one that just said, tramp. Her mum died in a car crash she caused by drinking and driving. And Betty is the type of person who's expressed more than once that people with disabilities like Down syndrome should just be killed because they don't have any use and are a drain on society. Goodness me. I feel kind of bad, partly because it's trashy to say that sort of thing to anyone, and I'm a better person than that, and partially because reading that back, I don't really think that's much of an insult or anything, really. But what do I know? I've never been pregnant, maybe it will make her cry. And thanks to her, I'm probably not going to be pregnant anytime soon. I turned my phone off again, and to keep it off, I tossed it on top of the kitchen cupboards that I can't reach without a chair, and I'm for sure going to bed now. So what the F do I do? Wow. Okay, a quite frankly ridiculous start to this post. You can tell that OP is all over the place. Just been hit with some wild news, and I can't imagine going to bed, leaving my phone on top of the cupboards, having sent a message to all our mutual friends, me and my cheating significant other, saying what's happened, and then trying to work out or think about or ruminate on as you go to bed, did they already know this? And praying that they didn't and that this is news to them. Because if it isn't news to them and they already knew this and you're like the last one to find out about this, it's just shocking. It really is. Now, this is, of course, best of Redditor updates. So don't worry. There is an update to come, which we're going to get right into. This was a month later that we got the next bit of this story. But my goodness me. I mean, like 10 years and your SO is having a baby with your stepsister, and turns out other people have known about it for months and you just found out. Oh, like it's just sickening. Okay, so as I said, 1 month later, we're now in August of 2015, we got this update. I kept my relationship with Betty cool as soon as I turned 18 and moved out to go to college. We don't really have that sisterly bond, but it's more like cousins you see at family reunions bond. We tolerate each other. She knows I think she's a spoiled brat, and I know she thinks I'm a female dog because I won't take trash from anyone and will call her or anyone out on their trash. Mum is the only person I cave to and allow myself to be guilted into stuff and walked all over for. I'm not a wallflower or welcome mat or anything, so yeah. A lot of you said in the comments to cut them all off, and if I read my post, that would be my advice too. Like I said, I don't take trash. I completely stopped being friends with my BFF since I was 8 when I was 22 because she was staying with me for a month and kept smoking in my apartment even when I asked not to. Then she got female doggy when I bluntly told her she was being a jerk. And in general, I just didn't like the person she was growing into. So first, the day after my post, I went to my mum's house. No one was home, and I used my key. I grabbed my jewelry and the boxes of random stuff I had sitting in the attic. I looked for Mrs. Snuffles, but I couldn't find her. I searched all of the Betty boxes and the Claire boxes to just be sure. I'm pretty sure their dog at the time destroyed her. I doubt Betty would have kept her all these years. I may or may not have also then cut up all of Betty's photos I found. Whoops. Was that a photo of your mum? Well, I'm sure Claire has photos of her. Plus, you have my mum now, so you'll be fine. No, I'm not proud of that, but, well, they're sitting in the attic anyway, and much like Adam, I had a lapse of judgment. Yeah, slightly different, but fair enough. I lapsed so hard that I grabbed the kitchen scissors on my way to the attic. Yeah, and he lapsed so hard that he, multiple times, had sex with your sister-in-law, impregnating her. Yeah, eye for an eye, I suppose. I will admit, a month later, I feel pretty rubbish I did that. But the day after, I was still really raw and annoyed, and yeah, you know what? I think that's kind of fair. When I got home, I finally checked my phone. There were a load of messages from Mum, Claire and Betty that I deleted without really reading. Even an hour afterwards, I couldn't have told you what they said, but I bet in general, I could guess. The messages I got from my friends were really disappointing. Like I said, they were all mutual friends that have never known Adam and I separate from a couple, and most of the replies were, "We care about you both." Only a couple said he was an idiot or anything. One person In fact, knew. Adam had told his BFF like a week before he told me, and his BFF strongly encouraged him to tell me. Oh, okay, I'm just rereading. So Adam was the one who actually told OP, and her mum didn't tell her, I see, or didn't tell her before she asked OP to help out with the baby shower or whatever. And we don't know, still don't really know if she knew at that point or not, but we know that she knew before OP did. Okay, fine. Doesn't necessarily matter that much. The important thing is that lots of people knew before OP. Well, not lots of people, but OP's close family knew before her. Okay, let's get back into it. A lot of you weren't very kind about speaking about my mother. Understandably, but she's not a narcissist or a bad person, really. She's too kind. And when she married my stepfather, she felt really bad for my stepsisters and took it to extremes. Like I said, she was my best friend, and I'd even been toying with the idea of making her my matron of honor if we decided to have a wedding versus just going to Vegas, which we were seriously considering. I met my mother for lunch at a restaurant. She was upset with me for taking my jewelry without telling her, saying I should have left a note because she just about had a heart attack when she got home and my stuff was gone. I told her she should have told me as soon as Betty left that Adam was the father of her baby. She said she hadn't wanted to get involved or in the middle, and by telling me when either Adam or Betty should have, would have meant that she was involved. Plus, she was in shock that Betty had told her that and wasn't really thinking about me. Oh, that's not good. I'm sorry. Like, even if you shouldn't get involved, like when there's information that is that important to your daughter's life, you just tell them. You worry about the consequences later, surely. I told her that happened most of the time when Betty was involved, ever since we were first introduced. She tried to convince me to take Adam back, that I shouldn't waste our 10 years together. I told her that Adam was the one who chose to throw away 10 years. She did tell me that she hadn't known when she'd convinced me into co-hosting that Adam was the father, and that she and my stepfather would cover my share of the gift and shower. I told her that I was her daughter, she gave birth to me, and I was not going to ever be able to forgive Betty. So if Mum wanted to keep being my mother, she needed to pick me for once. She said she couldn't do that she had been Betty's only mother figure, and she wholly considered Betty her daughter, and she really didn't want to get involved still. That if she had given birth to all three of us, her decision would still be the same. I told her that I was very sorry to hear that, and I wished her well. I'd call her every now and then, but I wasn't going to see her much or attend family gatherings, nor would any children of mine know my step-family. She said she was sorry to hear I was deciding that, and that she hoped I'd forgive and forget eventually and not tear the family apart. Yeah, because it's definitely OP that's tearing the family apart. I told her I was disappointed in her, but not particularly surprised, and Betty was the one who effed my fiance and tore the family apart. There we go. Then I said goodbye. I popped down my share of the bill, and I left. I'll call her in a couple of months, but for now I've got her and my stepfamily on their own ringtones, so I know to not answer them. If she insists on talking about Betty, Adam, or their baby on our phone calls, I won't speak to her until she learns not to do it. Yes, she very kindly admonished me for what I texted Betty, but I shrugged and told her that she's getting involved by telling me I shouldn't have sent that. Yes, I realised I shouldn't have sent Betty what I did, but I was annoyed and I'd finished off a bottle of wine, and frankly, she is a C word. I agree. As for Adam, he showed up about a few days after he told me with pizza, ice cream and flowers. I had his stuff sitting by the door and was more than willing to have him get it and go, but he convinced me to talk to him. He confessed that while I lost my virginity to him, he had lost his to Betty a few weeks before. What? It felt like he'd punched me in the face. I told him if I'd known that, I would have dumped his butt then and spent the remaining 9.5 years not being held back because he didn't want to leave our city or go on trips out of the country or get a freaking cat. He's super allergic. Or paint my nails. He's weird about nail polish. I haven't painted mine since we started dating seriously. He was apologetic, but said he loved me and wanted to work on things. I told him I wasn't going to be Betty's baby stepmother, that I wanted to live a 100% Betty-free life, and that if I were to take him back, he would have no contact with the woman he cheated on me with, which obviously wouldn't be possible if he's the kid's dad. He said that Betty told him there was a chance he wasn't the father after he told me, because, like I said, she's a C word. I told him there still was a chance he was though, and I wasn't going to risk it. Plus, that didn't change the fact that he betrayed me when we were first together and last year, and that was 2 times too many. He asked if we could still be friends, with, I'm 90% sure, the intent to win me back. I told him I'd think about it. No chance in heck of that happening. I talked to my dad. He lives across the country and we're on great terms, even though we only saw each other during the summer when I was growing up. I really like my stepmother, but our relationship had always been a bit shadowed because, well, I was a D and firmly pushed her away to not hurt my mum's feelings, which I'm pretty sure is some sort of weird irony. Dad offered to pay me to get me out of the rest of my lease and let me live in one of his rental houses for free if I want to move to his city. I'm going to do it. I've got a buttload of savings to last me a while until I found a job. I never wanted to stay in our home city forever, and I think being 2,000 miles away from my mum and the rest of them will really help. I'm going to work on my relationship with my stepmother too. First thing I'm going to do when I see her is apologise. I quit my job and I've spent the last few weeks relaxing, packing, planning, speaking to a therapist, looking at cats up for adoption in my dad's city, and reaching out to the handful of friends I have there from when I'd visit dad in the summer. Hopefully, someone will click and I'll have at least one good friend there. I bought myself way too much nail polish, got a manicure, and I spent a lot of money on a pair of boots I've wanted since forever, but held off on getting because, I couldn't splurge like that because I was going to get married. So, everything is going to be okay, I think. Thank you to everyone who commented and PM'd me with helpful advice and sympathy. So there we go. That is the conclusion of that story. A very good conclusion. I will say it is a little bit sad that, you've been in this relationship for 10 years and because of your love for Adam and the fact that he didn't like certain things, I don't want to say you've put your life on pause, or the truth is you haven't done things that you've always wanted to do, and now you're realizing that you can do them. It's sort of like, it's a bit of a kick in the teeth, isn't it, really? Like, this whole time there were all these secrets that you never knew about, going back to before you even started dating, or at least before you guys first had sex, that if you'd known about could easily have changed the last 10 years of your life, which is a bit of a sorry thought, but I guess, now in a way, that's not really a positive. One thing I will say is that OP is clearly like a great person, quite funny as well. They've done a TLDR, a too long didn't read, at the bottom of this post, and it says, "Took Adam back, trying to talk Betty into naming the baby after me. Just kidding, I'm moving 2,000 miles away from them all and everything's probably going to be okay." And I'm not going to lie, I read that TLDR and I was like, surely not. That can't be the case. So I'm very happy that's not the case. Just good humour from OP. But I kind of get what OP's saying about their mum. And obviously only they know their mum. But I agree with the comments on Reddit. And I'm sure you guys are thinking the same thing. This is not a good mother. I get it. If you are a parent and there is serious beef is like a light word, but you know what I mean, like serious familial issues that are going on between your children or other members of the family, you want to be impartial and be there for both parties. But when it's something like this, where someone is so clearly in the wrong and then your other child is just has been so hurt and has been destroyed by this, I don't think it's the right thing to do, to be like, "Oh, I'm being impartial, I love you both." Surely you have to say, no, that's disgusting what my stepdaughter's done. And by the way, I'm not for 1 second going into the whole, OP's more of your daughter than your stepdaughter. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's very fair what OP's mum is saying, that, they're both equal daughters to her, and even if she had birthed all of them, it wouldn't change anything. That's completely fine. But yeah, to then just say, I love you both, let's not split the family up over this, that's just wrong in my opinion. Let me know in the comments what you think. But for me, I don't think I'd be able to do that, and I don't think I'd be able to look my mum in the face if she had that reaction, if that sort of thing happened in my life. But there we go. That's it for this one. Really hope you enjoyed it. As always, looking forward to seeing your comments down below. Stay safe out there, guys, and make sure that if you do have a stepsister in your life, she is not pregnant with your significant other.